So, for the sake of all Mother Sentient beings, we should attain the state of for full enlightenment, and for the to fulfill this purpose or this goal, we should listen to the teaching of Dharma. So we have completed the 7 limb puja, 7 limb offerings, and now we begin the section of making requests, special requests to the Guru, by praising the various qualities of the Guru, the qualifications or the qualities of the Guru as it is explained in the various levels of the teaching. So first, the qualities of the Guru is those qualities of a Vinayadhara, that means a great a spiritual master who abides in the pure Shila of the Vinaya. So a Guru, Tsongkhapa, is fully endowed with all those qualities. So the first verse is, O elders, holders of the Vinaya, masters, second Buddhas clad in saffron, brimming with a treasury of jewels of vast hearing, an immense ocean of moral discipline and source of great knowledge, pray or grant this request. So this means that we are referring to the Guru in the form of Lama Tsongkhapa, who is, we are praising his the qualities of the Vinaya, all the perfect master of a Vinaya, who abide in all the pure the moralities or the shilas.
하신 대바는 셰베 대바 친부 자주 선배 교회 신예게 연대 강고바데 저 주요하래 강고바데 저랑에 제르무서 요하래 저는 대답에 연대다 되면 근데 소다는 연대들라 강단되었는 대화시베 람tem버 연대 주된 바스 연대 주요 전부 연대 전부 주요 강가로 제르무서 요하래.
And also, so the Guru is not only the Guru has not only those qualities of a master of Vinaya who abides in the pure Shilas, but also he is endowed with all the supreme qualities of a master or spiritual guide of the great vehicle of the Mahayana. All the great qualities or characteristics of a perfect master. There are 10 great qualities explained in the Mahayana Sutras, and those are also the qualities of our Guru. So here in the text it says, O Mahayana Guru, the Lord of Dharma, representing all victorious ones, referring to the Buddhas, without exception, endowed with 10 qualities, rendering you a suitable guide along the path of the ones who have gone to bliss. Pray, grant this request.
No. 연대 주대마 만두지에 동소스를 상제 탐지의 꽃습스그래 대바 초기의 신이 침부 대바 침비벨라마 연대 탐제다 내마스 어디에 상수하다.
So we are concentrating upon one's guru who has all these qualities of a master of the path of a great vehicle.
상하게 도줄로면 딜레단 연전배 연대 망아 연대 타예바 고려 고선레다 럽신수된 저 유다 주면 하다 주시신스 왜 도다 연대 마무지고 디제데 강갈로요래 대니 주선 지단 세계바 치 대권나니 주 농객 대권나니 주제 니수요래 두스베 시엔의 시에시바 진고치다 진의 지시바 왜 개바 시우지고 하게 연대들라 왜 개주니 되게 연대 나가만 무송요 지장마 상와마바 지단이 심을 나와래 그래서 상하게 도질로 연대 탐제다 되게 저런도 공부를 제가 제가 소원돼서 저를 소화다 그래.
Moreover, the guru is also endowed with all these superior qualities of the Vajra Guru, as explained in the Tantra. So as they are true. So all the particular qualities, there are 20 great qualities of Vajra Guru, a guide on the path of the Tantra, and the outer, the 10 outer characteristics or outer qualities and 10 inner ones, such as creating mandalas and then guiding the disciples in the mandalas and so on. There are 10 qualities of Vajra Guru or Tantric Guru, 10 outer ones and 10 inner ones, and our Guru is endowed with all those supreme qualities of the Tantra as well. So those are the qualities of the three levels of the three stages of the path, and after that we make a request to the Guru by remembering the great kindness of the Guru to ourselves. So it's not enough just to pray to the Guru or make the request to the Guru by with understanding of his the supreme qualities or the perfections. We also need to remember the special kindness or the benefit that we have received from the Guru.
Sanje changme ba jing he chen tsare re re du se ge manzo be man du yu sha yo re. Kona zhe man du yu ba de ma zhe manzo le nge me di ne ke ge phe man to yong re. De yin sa da re da je ge de ma sha je to be den ba ni ngan zhe ju ma zhe ba che den ba be nya cha bu cha su mo re. De gang la je mo chi chen be den be ni bu chang la ma ne wo be se bu shi ra ji be den ba ya so. Ma zhe de ju sim mo re. Ju sim be gang la rang ge ge shi nie le ju 전에 신예게 베라저라 만송당에 추게 랑가니 티기 요인상 상제 동당에 간데 이모제 제르부치다 랑게 교회 신예니부터 거든 친구 시작이 거든 친구 중샤삼네 소다 거든 제 텐 소다.
So we are making the request for the blessing of the Guru by praising this particular quality of the Guru, which is the great kindness that we have received from our Guru. As it says, O compassionate refuge protectors, unerringly impart the good way of the Sugatas, that means Buddhas, to the difficult to tame beings of this degenerate age, unfit to be tamed by the countless Buddhas who have come in the past. So that means although a great many Buddhas have appeared in the past, but still they have not been able to tame ourselves, not been able to liberate ourselves, not because of their lack of compassion or a lack of ability from their side, but by the lack of the right connection or the right the preparation from our side. As a result of that, we are still sort of untamed or still unliberated, and still in the still with or we still remain with our sufferings and all the other problems. So therefore, we have not been helped by those Buddhas of the past, and we have even the fully enlightened Shakyamuni has appeared, but we have still, by the lack of our fortunate karma or wholesome karmic force, we have not received the opportunity to be helped by him directly. And however, then we have still came in contact with his teaching, in particular the teaching or the pure tradition or the path which has been shown or laid down by the great master Gyaltsab Kapa, and through on this path we are guided. We are guided towards the state of full enlightenment by the grace or by the direct guidance of one's own the personal guru. So therefore, we are making this special request or prayer to the guru, to one's own guru, who is embodiment of the Lama Tsongkhapa and all the Buddhas. By seeing that aspect of the great kindness or the help of the guru.
Sanje Jame ba Jene, Mazu Tu Matu Dever, Maranso Mogo Saja, Tukabaka, and Sanje Manjere, Pewotige.
So, although there are so many extraordinary manifestations of Buddhas appeared in the past, but we have been not liberated or helped by those Buddhas because of our lack of the fortunate karma or the right karmic link. So we have, very, very fortunately, we have came in contact with the Dharma of the Buddha Shakyamuni. We have caught it. Almost to the very end, we have caught it, and then thanks to the grace of the great master like Lama Tsongkhapa, then still the Dharma has not fully degenerated, has not ended, but still we have all the possibilities to practice it and to benefit from it and to achieve the good result of it. So this is all to the grace of Lama Tsongkhapa.
Tsongkhapa tema dela ngazu ju sinje, doi za kong shendo ne kadin chimbu. Yang tema de zhe dong ju le ma song ara zo ma lo ne ne ge shi ni re, rang ge lama re. Rang ge lama da je mu chi ni mo yi me chi wa che. Dela kadin che ji za ne me no samba chen so da re. So
we receive a direct benefit from such a teaching, from such a method laid down by a great master of the past through the direct guidance, through the instructions, the personal instructions, guidance of one's own guru. So therefore we should remember this particular kindness of one's own guru, who is also completely one with Guru Tsongkhapa.
Ta ngara zu suna sa gu kan shada ra ba chosa de jun je gu ro suna de kang chi chi sa gu iza suna sa sa yu ji gu yo de.
And now for our accumulation of the merit, for a powerful merit, we need an object or a field of the merit.
Suna sa sa yu de la sanje tang me ba pa do me ba le be Tu Suna Joba Sanje, De Mama Tata to Sunga Sanje. Chow Juna Joba Sanje, to Sun Chuji Java, Sanje Sangamalabangazu, Shaji Shun, the Chief Tuya, the Yomareti, Tela, Be Negotiable on the Chene, Telejambe, Suna Shendun Chiva, Rangazawa Lame, Babu Pugachi Chena, Penches. Things are Suna Sasha, Yawajanga Nidi.
So therefore, to pray to the Guru and to devote oneself, to offer our devotion and or to worship the Guru, one's own Guru, even like a pore of the body of a Guru, just one single pore, the smallest part of the Guru, completely that action or that accumulation of merit completely excel all the merits that we can accumulate even by worshipping all the Buddhas of all three times, for the past and present future. To if one can worship all the Buddhas of all three times, it's definitely a very great collection of merit. But still, for us to worship one's own Guru, even the smallest part of the body of the Guru, one's own Guru, is still more important.
Sanje Tam Jega Sinjan of Betruva, the Gusun Toji Jenjukul, Kanga Tsi Gumendo. Sanje Tam Jega Sinjan of Betruva, Chinese Trin, Sinjing Tun Jegi Ore, Zebe Nane Maratsu Nyangulbe, Lama, Giveshini, Sundan Dojim number Churne, and Tunzeva Inza, Gentamere Pendo Chimbo, Cardin Chimbu Chuan into, or Telesword, Unit some sword.
So in the next verse, which says, "O compassionate refuge protectors who form an intricate net of mirage-like pattern, manifesting in an ordinary form, emblazoned with the wheels of the Sugatha's three bodies, pray grant this precursor." So this again refers to one's own Guru, who is the manifestation of all the Buddhas, appeared in an ordinary form, suitable for ourselves, who in the form of a master Vajradhara, in such a form appeared for our benefit, out of all the countless infinite manifestations of the Buddhas.
Sanje yoyo bari de nganu jegi yo marwa dewa sheba jinju kolos dishi jinju kolos da sansom meze jinju kolos yare de tuza go mare sanje kaze yone yore de je tu yo mare maransu la pento yo mare da yani ju sanme jeju ne.
So although there are this superior or extraordinary forms or manifestations of the Buddhas, as it says, who form an intricate net or mirage-like pattern, emblazoned with the wheels of Sugatha's three bodies. So those that refers to the supreme bodies of the Buddha, the manifestations of Buddha. Although there are countless of them, but by the lack of the power of our mind, by the lack of the wholesome cause or karma for that, we are unable to benefit directly from such appearance. We are unable to perceive such wonders of the forms of the Buddhas. So those forms of the Buddha has no direct help to us.
Sanjengon je ma toba izan sanje ge nganzu tu sewe yugo mari. Ma yuba inze to kewe gon be juba mamu trune. Be kana kanle tana be chulum be sama yeche ne sanje gu trune sinje ge tön je yore.
So although we are unable, the ordinary sentient beings like ourselves, with still the great obstacles of the mind, are unable to perceive those subtle manifestations or the forms of the Buddhas, But still, all the Buddhas do not sort of give up ourselves from their compassion, out of their compassion. So therefore, they manifest in an ordinary form, which is suitable and which can be perceived by an ordinary mind, by an ordinary perception, and through that sort of skillful method, they help us. So if it's necessary for the sentient beings, Buddhas appear in any form, an ordinary form, sentient, animate, inanimate things, even in the forms of bridge on the river and so on.
The Lama no Chazan token Yamada is in Chotan Samada, Jadan Rida, and Mazula, Tindishinigalam, Tempe Togumariva. The Nani, Juba Mambu Juba, Nani, Rada Kanyam, Lanyan, Nyanyogi, Giveshini, Lama, Chuson Kenji, June, and Mazube, Talamano, Chunasu, and Yuva, teaching one is a Ambe Giveshini, Lama Songovachimute, Jambatsu, Laboratory Garden Shimbo.
So in general, there are so many different kinds of manifestations of the Buddha, animate and inanimate, things like that. But the one which is most suitable for our mind, which is sort of most fit for our mind, from which we can receive a real maximum sort of benefit and a guidance and help, that is the form of one's guru, who is like us and who we can relate to, who can understand, and that is the most the skillful method of the Buddha.
Anyway, Sanje Tangji Yimba. Correct.
Tamdi Shu de Lone.
Cheji Pongam Chiche in Lanam, the Shiri, I use Simbada. Chomborangi, Chosungis, Chera Lama Cherangi, Pumbunga, Yawa Ringari, Kam Jene Yongji, Chiche Da, Tajun, Simbadje, and the Yelaju Choju, or Tindegiba, Hayo Juba in Dandayani, Sanje Jingo to the Cheran or the Nangi. So the Chilo Jed Lama Jegri, Nangi and the Jegumari. Nangi and the Lama Pongan Chichanga, Hayo, Sanje Yuvati, Nangi and.
So although the outer form of the Guru is in ordinary form, like ourselves, which is suitable for our mind, however, the inner qualities of the Guru is as explained in the next verse, which says, the essence of the triple gem, whose aggregates, elements, sensory bases, and limbs are in nature the 5 meditational Buddha families, male and female bodhisattvas, and the wrathful protectors, pray, grant this request. So although outwardly is like in the ordinary form, but inwardly, all the parts of the Guru, physical and all the mental parts of the Guru, such as the aggregates, elements, and so on, they are all fully enlightened Buddhas, such as 5 Dhyani Buddhas and 8 Bodhisattvas and the guardians and so on. They are all fully enlightened. So inwardly, it is the whole complete mandala of the Buddha. So here, in this request, we are actually concentrating on the Guru as the embodiment of, or the unification, or the embodiment of all 3 jewels.
Chomorangi Chosungji, Danies, Kunjo Sungu Danies, Kunjo Sundure, those Santang. Dian Tia Masebe, Kunjo Sundube, Nani, Kunshin Ishi, Chimbu Rubale, Tingo Koluchi, Danies, Manzo Teresani, Idan Judy, Shila, Saman Duba, Dinjo Kol Siadabu, Mendawachi, Judy Mambo, Paju Lane, Judy Toncha, Sutra, Kato Inchiore, Majula, Dongcha Judu, Tendesi, Tusukangalo Jingo, Hachi Yore, Judu Dongcha Chita Mambuke, Yidan Jingo, Lasso Yore, Jingo Sankan Pa, Drukan, did it. Two didn't Sanjay two good tuber. So those are Kalan Lama Doji, there are Rija, Ringa, Rison, Rigito, Dosat, Bekotu Mareti, Patrukan Lamare. So those are Lamang holding duty or he does also Kangalo, Patrukan Lamare, so Dukan Lamare. Today is a Teta Dukan Chingo High, so Rijachada, Doji Chambu, Chana Dojin to the one days. So, and also in the next verse, we are praising the ultimate quality or the nature of the Guru. So as it says, O protector, primordial Buddha of unification, the principal holder of the Vajra, the all-pervading Lord of 100 Buddha families, quintessence of 10 million Mandala spheres, unfolding from the play of omniscient wisdom. So in general, there are so many, there are a great number of mandalas and deities, and taught from different tantras, like the great collection of tantras, great number of tantras, such as sort of 30,000 the father tantras and 16 mother tantras and so on. So all those great tantras, from each they show a method, a special method with the different mandalas and deities and so on. So there are countless manifestations like that and mandalas and so on. But all those, like Buddha families, those hundreds of Buddha families, they are all sort of included into the 5 families of the Buddha, and that 5 families of the Buddha is also finally included in the Vajra family, the single Vajra family or the Vajradhara. So all those great numerous manifestations or the mandalas of the deities and so on, they all derive from the one source, from one particular, like from one nature. That is the Yugananda, the unification, or the Yugananda of illusory body and the clear light. It all comes out of there, derives out of that, and all absorbed back into it. And so that is the Vajradhara, the nature of the Vajradhara, and our one's own Guru embodies that essential body of the Buddha, that unification of Yugananda, the unification of illusory body and clear light. So it is the source and the base of all the mandalas. And after that, so in the next verse, we make the request to the ultimate nature of the Guru by saying, "O to you who are in reality ultimate Bodhicitta, immaculate, free of beginning or end, the nature of all things, inseparably pervading all in motion or at rest." So that means that that ultimate state of bliss, the ultimate state of bliss in which the Buddha mind is sort of constantly absorbed in the ultimate state, the wisdom of the ultimate bliss, which is sort of fully absorbed constantly all the time, and absorbed in the void nature, in the shunyata nature
of every dharma, of every existence. So this is the union of bliss and void.
Toma Tade Gonsan Kunja, Garsa. The day Hinji Devi is a sugar and you do not have a ink.
Email him to Masam Jail and there. Don't know change me.
Yeah. Tomorrow. The Consecration will rubble. Consecration will rubble. Jingo College, and rejected Sanjutamugola Son, Rima, and the Tesani.
Jimil Hinji
Jimil Hinji Garo Rubata, Ribat Hunted and Travel Hinji, the Wachimbo Sanji to Jugo. Maran the Sinjing Jola, San Majola, Hinji Garo Ruba, Ribat and Jabari. Jana Jimil Hinji Garo Rubatan, Rubal.
Jingo College with them.
Yeme
Hundu Masan.
Yemel Hundu Masan, Teta Ribat and Treve, two. And Hinji Gawachimota, Yeri Mebe, the white Tombani, Teta Sanji Pava Tuju, they don't need to maybe you see it.
Then you can Kunja.
Then, but you, Chinhuju, Tamji, Cheve, Dani, Imbri. Chazan Sanji, Masata, Macho, Satan, and Mabari. Then they ready, Teta Kunjida, Toma, Taded, Consort, Naja, Toman, the Insume, Sanji, Toman, the Junior. Taman the Gati about the Juji, Siame, Tota Meva. Tomata Tamata Treva, Tomata de Gonsan Sia de Gonto Sambu, Beg Zambujima, Ta Gonsan, you some Mamuyareco, Gonsan, Chanshu single children saw the Teta Gonsan, you don't be Chanshu sing one to generations. Tartuna, they don't make Ishi in the Tony also do Ishi, to Danchashi sing cigarette. So tell them you are in the Danchashi Sijimo, Yimba. Tartun Terran Mozena or Tomato near Samento, Tenelene, Tamate Televio. Since the Najan Sijum, we immature so this. No, you're there, Jenny, sort of.
So here we are praising the ultimate nature of the Guru, or the ultimate Guru, which is, as it says, a reality, ultimate Bodhicitta. So this ultimate Bodhicitta is the wisdom, the wisdom which is wisdom of bliss and void in union, a wisdom which is in the constant experience of bliss and void in union. So as it says, unfettered by obscurations and simultaneous with the play of joy. With the play of joy refers to the ultimate state of bliss. So that the wisdom of the Guru, the wisdom of the Buddha, is constantly in the experience of the innate bliss, but is not like an ordinary innate bliss, which is defiled with obscurations or delusion obstacles, but it is an experience of the innate bliss, the ultimate bliss, which is completely free from all obstacle. And that state of the mind ultimate wisdom of the Buddha, which is the bliss and void unification. That wisdom pervades all phenomena, because that wisdom is fully integrated with the ultimate nature of every phenomena, with the shunyata of every phenomena. That way, it pervades all phenomena, all existence. That's also a reason why we say that there is there's nothing which is unpervaded by the omniscient mind with the Buddha. It means it's because of this this reason, and so that nature, that wisdom of bliss and void in union, it is the ultimate Guru, or that's the ultimate nature of the Guru, which is like the primordial Buddha, or that means which is unaffected, or like Samandabad, that primordial Buddha is actually Samanvara, that means all wholesome, all virtuous. That means it is unaffected by any delusions, by any obstacles, and this nature, or this the ultimate nature, has no beginning, and there is no end of it.
So there were Pusu Sundere, Jamba Zovata, the Dandashula Jibuzilla, China, some of the Konani, and Dejila Jarre, Jalu, the Dandashedan, the Pandi Jarre. Young Demaimbe, they were Jadongi Shege, Jadon Damin, New York. That Pusu. 다 중국 거에 라래 표준 신지 천전 무지의 타연도 펜드콘데스 제당연도 맨날다 배위셔 서제 취지 잡아 얻으스 타예베 신전 탐제기 매 펜바다 대원 중야스 타연도 펜드콘데스 펜바다 대원 강가론 중가 나라스 신전데 꿈은다의 체를 차셔 꿈은다의 사사 돌아 꿈은다 서면 답샤요나 대야 지월라 고 잡아 도로치고 잡아마도는 지금 말해.
So
잡아동을 찜버티고래. 찜버티고 인서 추송의 마조는 세계의 주라 결로도 지금 말해. 추송의 잡아를 챙고래. 챙신의 마송나 투지와 침보면은 송고 말해. 투지와 고래. 챙바고 챙진이보대 춘신들 나와 진이제. 다들 서버다 자치에 추도 찰바던 송아래. 잡아 살마 보는 꿈은다에 서변데 마지바데 야지 지바데 야체른도 네 여리모네 네바데 체른도 야보야지 벨 제동 현도 네도 배외치도 스제네 야제 용약이 된다라 서버다 자치 굴고로지 소다던 데레.
So then we make the request for the turning of the wheel of the Dharma. We make the request to the Guru to turn the wheel of the Dharma. So here we are compared to a garden of flowers, like the flowers, like Kumudda flower, that's moon flowers. That is one we are compared to like a garden of such flowers. The disciples are like the flowers, and to grow the virtuous qualities, which is like the flowers of our mind, then there needs the rainfall. The rainfall, like a flower is grown, such as Kumuda, by the help of the rainfall, and so therefore, in the same way, this the flower of the virtuous qualities in our mind is grown by the help of the rain of the Dharma. But like the rain also, for the rain to fall, first the gathering of the flower, the gathering of the clouds is indispensable. Without clouds, there is no possibility of rainfall. So therefore, in the same way, in the sphere, in the sky of the Dharmakaya, then there should, in the mind of the Buddha, then the clouds of compassion and wisdom, because if compassion is lacking, the rain will not fall. If the wisdom is lacking, there is no rain. So these, both compassion and wisdom, the clouds of the compassion and wisdom are gathered in the mind of the Buddhas, and from that, then teaching automatically the rain of the Dharma, the teaching sort of falls, and by this, then the virtuous qualities in our mind, which is like the flower, grows and increases, and reach complete sort of perfection. So this is dependent on the teaching of the Dharma. So that's what we are asking here.
다 중국어와 서지취주 잡아 얻도 스스 대바 상로동야라에베 신전 탐지에게 다 배친리서 신전 탐지에게 펜들에서 만들어 싸워지 강을전에 담배 취리죠. 담배 취는 현구 현바다 등행구 등에 대해 양다바조에서 나다 네 라마도 찬체는데 배추구추콜로 재미치바 양내 양도 고로 나서 차지장 마인바 양내 양도베 중국어로지 있은 도스어더버려.
So we are making this request to the Guru to, out of his great compassion and wisdom, to let the rain of Dharma to fall down on the ground of the sentient beings for the sake of the flower of happiness and the happiness and the virtuous qualities to grow and increase in the sentient beings, in us. So that is the essence of this request. So also we make this request, the teaching of Dharma, to let fall the rain of the Dharma, not only just once or twice, but many times, again and again. And so when we also actually listen to the teaching of Dharma, just receiving teaching of Dharma once is not at all sufficient. One must receive teachings as many times as possible. And then the realizations, everything will grow in our mind. And so here actually, if one can also make an offering of mandala here as a request and offer it to the Guru. And also in a long version here, we make a request for the different aspects of the Buddha in different like the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, and asking their different aspects to teach different aspects of the teaching and so on. We can add here, but this verse is also sufficient for the request. So we may, all the negative doubts and thoughts may disturb our practices, meditation. For example, we may think that what is the use of our making such a request? Because the Buddha, as Shakyamuni has appeared and turned the wheel of Dharma, and he has passed away and is no more living. And then what is the use of asking to something which you have imagined, something you have visualized? He will not teach anyway. So this is what we have visualized, something we have visualized by our mind, which will be dissolved and absorbed at the end of the meditation. So what is the point in asking to such an object to turn the wheel of Dharma and so on?
Lama Kanga, Nudio in Zan, Choju to San Jube, Sanja Kashin, Yangal, Tender Chiviore, to serve Metamata. Ranga Lama and Dinan Diore, Lama Yangal, and there is no Koshabe in the Tamaru. Tenaki Gubachu Yore, Kanga Dina in some Lota Chen Sugore.
But actually, you are making this request to the visualize the Guru and the assembly. But it's not only just to that we are asking. It's not only our visualization, but so through this medium, this is like a representative for all the Buddhas and all the Gurus, which are actually existing in all the 10 directions, helping the sentient beings. And what is in front of us is representative of that. It's like a medium for that. So through this medium, we are actually making the request to all the Buddhas in 10 directions, to all those manifestations, countless manifestation Buddha, sort of helping and teaching the sentient beings. We are asking to all of them, to all the Gurus who are present for the benefit of the sentient beings. We are asking to all of them through this way. And so this has a special meaning here. It says, from the 100,000 clouds blowing with sublime wisdom and loving compassion, nurturing, sustaining, and increasing of the garden of the moonflowers. This nurturing, sustaining, and increasing has a special meaning.
마지바 집에 제도 중국 고로나 제바 연도 내배 제도 중국 고로나 내바 공내 공도 배배 중국 고로나 시제 돈도 아니 알아서 돈다 되게 마지바 집에 제도 중국 고 제바 내배 돈도 내바 제바도 노는 배배 돈도
So actually what we are asking is to teach the Dharma for the sake of the virtuous qualities and seeds to grow where it has not grown, and to abide where it has grown, and also to increase where it is still abiding. So we are asking for the teaching of the Dharma in all levels.
Lama le danga le chi nyen be me cho yang ne yang to nyen gu ba da la bra ring ye ko su ya to sa le ne ring ye ko re sa la ri ma nga ne le so na danga yang nyen gu ya song yo re de le is la me danga de yang to nyen ka chu sa chi shu ba gen ri yo ma re.
So as it says in many teachings of the Dharma, that it's very real for spiritual growth, and the growth of the virtuous qualities in our mind. We need to receive the teachings of Dharma many times from the Guru, not only just once or twice. We should not be satisfied. We should receive teachings as many as possible, and in particular, when our mental development is sort of advanced, reached to higher state, like in the high state of the Tantra, like in the stage of completion, then there needs, especially one must receive frequent instructions in the guidance of the teaching. That's very necessary. So if one takes the teaching one time with great enthusiasm, great excitement, and with great enthusiasm and excitement, and if we then if we discontinue the teachings, then this kind of mistake would definitely cause a total degeneration of one's practice in the very near future. And very soon, although when we first receive the teaching, one is very full of enthusiasm and excited, but then it happens with many people that after some months, then completely degenerated, and one is worse than before. So this is the fault of not continuing of receiving the teaching of Dharma and the guidance of the Guru.
Lama le chu yang nye tene ma chong ne ta ni sa de chi le de ne la me ko ne le kan di shu shu sang de san lu dong rang ge ne lu gu tön be ge gi se po ne kan di shu che do shi yi ne be ku chu de be ko ne gang du pe ne nya ne ya bu che ga sa ya bu che ri bi yo ting ang mi thong la sin.
So for a true practitioner of Dharma, it's very important to receive teachings from the Guru as often as possible, and to keep the link or the touch with the relation of the Guru, keep going all the time, and receiving teachings, extensive teachings or instructions, advice is just little guidance like this for our spiritual growth, or for getting rid of overcoming different interference. One need always the guidance or the advice, the inspiration of the Guru. So this is the most important factor for our spiritual development.
Lama Guru Jana Common Zebe Church, Lam Santa be Kanagi Tache Kwan, and never Shita Chen Zozo Che, Lama Jang Rin Song, Chu Yang Zan Major, Sus the Vajilichin. Then I do to Wong about the told my share, and it doesn't make Chanu among you.
So this happens very often, that first when one encounters a Guru and be with a Guru, one has a great enthusiasm, one takes all types of vows and take robe, become monk and this and that. And And then when one is separated from the Guru and reaches sort of quite distant from the Guru, then one gradually lose one after another, all one's practices, all one's vows, all one's samayas, and then by receiving the wrong influence, wrong friend, wrong influence, and so on, then everything sort of very speedily degenerates, and after one ends up with nothing, or with many more worse things. So this is all the fault of not continuing or the discontinuing the relation with one's spiritual guide. So therefore, we, as the teachings of Dharma, frequent teachings of Dharma is so necessary for the benefit of the sentient beings. Here also we are asking the Guru to turn the wheel of Dharma as many times as possible. And at the end of this request, we should think that Guru has accepted this request completely. Give a good promise. And so this is important, to think that this request is fully accepted. And after there's another request, request the Guru not to enter in the Parinirvana.
Shata Pombu Gotele Ndeni, Sanje Senso Suni Pije Jeju Trebe, Denu Jalu Yugo, Jideji Kan Tayaba Kimba, Kuchi Shinkan Tajal Chave Shinkanti, Jinji Meba, Sado, Dojuko Le Taran Duya Meba, Dojuko Shing Duju Meba, Meva Duju Meba, all these are Dojuko, Dojitil Chu Duyor, Doji Chudun da Debuko, that should be the segmentary, Dojukola, Chichi Mingayas. Lama Dojambe Soshina Jube Shenaba, Sonju Dojan Kutu Debri. Dojukol Jiwa Yoma, Shiva Yomari. Yomari, and Dojukon Manzin J to Yomari. Maranso Nangal Zuguraba, Juku, Tubagobe, Zuguraba, Jeju Yoba, Sonyeju Yobati.
So here we are making the request to the Guru not to pass away or not to pass into parinirvana. The text says, although your Vajra body is not under the sway of birth or death. So that is the actual body of the Guru. We are asking the Guru to live long without passing into parinirvana with understanding of the ultimate body of the Guru. The ultimate body of the Guru, that is Vajra body. So Vajra body is the body of wisdom nature. It's like a rainbow body, wisdom nature. Without it has it's completely unaffected by birth and death, and also cannot get better, worse. All these kind of changes are not there. It does not exist. They are not the qualities of the Vajra body. It is indestructible and everlasting. That is the ultimate, the body of the Buddha. So this doesn't need a request to pass into parinirvana. But this is the subtle body, the inner body of the Guru is beyond our perception. We cannot have contact with that. We cannot be benefited directly from it. So what for what is important and what is necessary for us is the gross form of the Buddha, the manifest body, the nirmana kaya, the created or the manifest body, that is helpful for us, and we are dependent to that.
Dojiku seyade tan shenswa sonju rimba jibe sonju ko te dojiku re te ya sanjebe rimba ngaba lele ndu ane longu ngiba ngadere tana ngiba ngadele suwatane 대답에 도지고들 지어도 쳐요 말에 했어요. 맨날 말하는 제 마토바 인상 라베 두고 섬도 답을 나를 주네.
So
Nyangelimenda was set up to Jura now, short, and on the jet who says the rabbit to some to Sujala Jusa.
So, this Vajra body means the illusory body, the pure illusory body, which is actually attained on the fourth stage of the stage of completion in the Tantra. That illusory body is the direct cause of the ultimate body or the Vajra body. And when this illusory body is free from all the obstacles, it becomes Sambhogakaya, a Sambhogakaya body of the Buddha, of the Vajra body. This is completely, that body is unaffected by birth, death and all that. However, for us, we need the outer body. Like here it's compared to a vessel. It's like a container, the outer container, the Nirmanakaya body of the Buddha, from which we receive direct benefit and to which we are dependent, that we are asking to remain for our sake, for the benefit of the sentient beings, without passing into nirvana. So when we ask that, like the vessel, that vessel-like body of the Guru, the Nirmanakaya body of the Guru, to abide, to stay without sort of disappearing, without passing into parinirvana, if one makes this request sincerely from the heart, it also it helps actually the long life, or the long life of the it becomes a contributory cause for the long life of the Guru as well as for the long life of oneself.
Sanje Ranga Lama Kulu Shu Loma Chopa Lemba Chu Nyamba Duzo Shinye Desuna Besevo Shrai or Shashumare. Tata Vichungo Kuwata Nyangelimenda Suata Vanilla Lama Lusan Tondo Chang Yun Sune Shejina Jun somebody with Indichimu Yusere.
So for both of these requests, the request for the Dharma and the request for the long life of the Guru, at the end we should think that Guru accepts completely our request. That is important. So then finally, in the seventh limb puja, we should dedicate the merit. So all the merit that we have accumulated in general and through those previous practices, through the making prostrations and worshipping the gurus and making prostrations or other limbs of the practices, all the merits that we have accumulated from those practices, in general and from those practices, we are dedicating them for the for us to be, as it says, we dedicate the collection of the white virtues thus created for the attainment of Vajradhara's unification, and that we may be inseparably protected throughout our... So, for us to be sort of guided all the time, inseparably, through in all our lives, until the state of full enlightenment, in all our lives, to be guided, to be sort of protected or guided by one's master, by one's guru, inseparably, in all one's lives, until one attains the state of Vajradhara's unification or the state of full enlightenment. So then we should also think that when we have now obtained the precious human rebirth, all its freedoms and qualities, and we came in contact with the Dharma, with the perfect spiritual guide, with a guide. So when all these cause and conditions, favorable cause and conditions are all gathered. So we should sort of determine to make the maximum or the best use of that and to attain the state of enlightenment in this very life.
Lama laso nala Chopa pyo suwa taba laso batari kauntumbe giwe tsawa tela teni ane tsere tamche da lama sanje da kichi sanye mindewa sonju ane be damba da be chu jumi che da songne be te nyene ane be salam ji yonden taji yonsu zo ne saji ji kubo din jom tawa shawa samana de berita.
So as a result of all the merit that accumulated, then we are dedicating all this for the to be guided inseparably, or protected or guided throughout all our lives, for all the time, by a qualified, perfect, like spiritual guru, guide or the guru, and who is endowed with three kindness, that is giving initiations and giving teachings, and giving instructions through such a qualified master, and then as a result to accomplish the state of full enlightenment. So for that purpose we dedicate.
That's all true.
And so we stop here for tonight. Vananda Jina Jagara Shoidam Guru Rana Mandala Rola Benje Zanjen Rola Todye Jonam Lai Janju Badu Danye Rola Benje Zanjen Rola Yo Sanje Chetan Soje Jonala Shanju Badu Dane Shasuche Lage Shin Soje Besu Namache Rola Benje Sanje Robara Yo Yade Jangan Le Rani Lama La Kandre Sanwe Kole Vezato Shen Loi Pe Da Pai Ranja Ma Ye Yade Je Kube Je Para Pe Soma Zo Para Jura Rakara Ge Sen Chen Be Ngani Le Data Kanya Ma Ge Sen Je Nama Pene Jesu Shangyo Nyembe Para Lama Kunjo Sumla Shasudro Namo Guru Be Namo Bedaya Namo Dharmaya Namo Sanghaya Namo Guru Be Namo Bedaya Namo Dharmaya Namo Sanghaya Namo Guru Be Namo Bedaya Namo Dharmaya Namo Sanghaya Ma Sanje Kunje Tenje Shira Danya Lama Larga Shir Sanje Tanje Lama Laye Goba Shalamu Parasha Ma Sanje Kunje Tenje Shira Danya Lama Larga Shir Sanje Tanje Lama Laye Goba Shalamu Parasha Ma Sanje Kunje Tenje Shira Danya Lama Larga Sanje Tanje Lama Laye Goba Shalamu Parasha Ma Sanje Tanje Je Tundu Dage Sende Nyel Nyowa Nyowa Dene Sanje Lama Laye Goba Mundu Shi Ma Sanje Tanje Dunga Le Dala Deje Sanje Je Salangu Parasha Ishe Dolam Samo Lama Lai Nenjo Nyasu Lama Je Wo Oma Ahum Oma Ahum
Kyabje Zong Rinpoche Lama Sanje Kunje Mogonye Namba Gwane Zembe Galon Sheche Chanye Zongkarato Shaye Chenje Yamba Nyamya Deze Kanwe Lonze Nama Koban Dade Chugu Sonso Sendo Benje Wolanje Tokara Chanda Doje Chang Sheche Chanye Kondongo Doje Zone Incho Manshe Lenche De Dora Beje Nama Reshe Jinje Teke Laze Kaje Nazelo Sembe Chende Vese Tom Yasu Nange Kobewe Doje Cheto Zoje Yobe Pombo Nanda De Shenga Kaje Yonje Shenje Zangje Sena Shanshe Sembangwe Pabo Da Jama Nete Cheto Yen Lai Chove Wangbo Ni Vese Yone Shensang Yede Apana Kyabje Den Tabo Nishe Moje Lama Yedama Chengora La Sotan Sanje Shansen Pawa Kan Tenso Jatse Kone Yo Teta Go Suna Doje Sunse Hoye Vese Chache Ye Raye Nene Ye Pana Shenda Ye Me Temper Penzo De Le Jone De Suma Che Taje Lama Ye Dawa Kunjo Son Power Kande Chejo Son Zo Che Doje Avangen De Che Shena Rayen Domo Kunja Yang Naso Deje Samba Che Yen Do Jeya Shave Shenze Chele Che Shangwe Tamba Kange Tu Je Dewa Chenbe Ye Tege Konde Tege La Sonje Lama Renje Dabe Ko Loje Chinja Pemo Sha Tse Lo Ranjan Jawa Kunje Yike Na Kange Mene Jembe Kaje Narowa Shangwe Tambe Kala Sha Tse Lo Nye Kwe Pa Jai Je Pa Chong Shong Xe Tende Male Jongwe Bo Je Po Ye Zhe La Me Kala Sha Tse Lo La Je Pemba Sanje Kunje Ngwe Je De Ye Pa Kunje Kunje Ve Na La Me Wa Tende La Ma Na La Sha Tse Lo Tejo Ye Yo Be La Ma Dan Tende Teje 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 Ja Zo Ji Tende Nambe Lu Zhe Sha Tse Lo Ye Shang Gun Je Zhe La Ma Ku Je La Na Zo Je De Ja Zhe Bo Wa Ne Le Ren Je Mra Ne Yang Le Da Je De Zhe Xue Ye Da Je Ba Dombo Sema Chen Wo Pe Le Pa Zebe Me To Sa Ta Pa Na Ka Teje Teje Te Pa Be Zhe Ye Ya Je Mwen Be Tenje La La Te Nye Da No Be Ram Ba De Me To
Consort Vajradhara Gagwe Kaba Tsende Kogo Dego Pe Peja Soje Koyo Kuneche Roje Pede Zaja Tonwa Ton Lada Neye Shazi Lemburopon Javen Jabani Waradun Zepe, Shangun Tuji Jinla Sovande, Yeso Shoje Java Tamjele, Mange Babu Bogati Zamaya, Daja Suna Shindo Mape, Shangun Tuji Jinla Sovande, Deshe Kusuma Jinja Kolone, Tage Joshu Tage Jogele, Tama Suje Dovan Denzepe, Shanga Tuje Jala Sovande, Cheche Pongama Shinje Yala Nama, Deshe Rima Yayo Sembatan, Toro Wambu Ranye Chosovanje, Daniel Lama Shunla Sovande, Koje Yeshe Robale Jove, Chengu Kolo Jeve Daniete, Peje Shanda Dojim Zembe Tso, Sonju Tamlung La Sovande, Dime Lenche Kave Robatan, Dime Tenyo Kunja Kunjayada, Toma Taja Kunsa Tendamanje, Chanjo Sima Chola Sovande, Chene Lama Chene Yeda Chene Kanru Jejode, Tine Sunde Chanchubat, Chene Chasheme Surve, Deta Shene Taya, Tuji Tachi Sonzela, Seken Jidome Do Kunzo, Enje Tonze Pajuson, Chene Lama, Chene Yedama, Chene Kandu Jejode, Tene Sunde Chanchubat, Cheme Shaye Metrove, Deta Pardo Sheme Taraya, Tuji Tachi Sonzela, Seken Jidome Do Kunzo, Enje Tonze Pajuson, Chene Lama, Chene Yedam, Chene Kandu Jejode, Tene Sunde Chanchubat, Cheme Shaye Metrove, Deta Pardo Sheme Taraya, Toje Tachi Sonzela, Seken Jidome Do Kunzo, Tenje Tonze Pajuson, Tetralen Soma Sova Tabete, Lame Kusuma Toje Ne Namale, De Tseve Sere Kamara Tenga Soma, Rendan Jijara Shune Dani Eche, Ne So Rendan Jijara Tembale, Jeye Taji Nanda Wanye To, Koye Tobje Lama Nimbaki, Jeye Tembe Shinji, Chora Jura, Omare Jeve, Nana Hompe, Oma Soba Vajda, Sava Soba. Tomba Nido Jura, Tombe Mole,
Yande Longe Jingong Buju,
Dabu Padi, Sembate, Tendo Rane, Chikarama,
Rosombate, Tendo Alem, Gojo,
Sunjetan, Ale Shoya Tebaka,
Nage Shato, Tole Shoa,
Alange Shang, Zamba,
Lora Ale Shoya Shisha, Nodo Zili Shoya, Lambo Shisha, Chando Kande Shoya, Taisha, Yuzo Hule Shoya, Misha, Shalo Le Shoya, Nodo Shoya, Ratare, Jado Bale Shoya, Jasen Gabu Shoya, Shado Le Shoya, Gamame, Yuzo Hule Shoya, Tedagi Dindo Hong Gaba, Amaba Hong, Sama Tene, Dindo Seva Churange to Gahune, Zetrebe Lola Popelon, Yem, Tibetana Kijan Kovachura, Yigesun, Zetramba, Yendot, Kodaje Sundoje, Tudojena, Kuni, Gesun, Arrange, Tamana, Tebron, Kazo Tenije, Shan, Jutra, Jemaba, Yikawacha, Oma Ahun, Oma Ah, Oma Ahun.
Sena Da ge de do yo de shen lo lo le je de shen da la zhen do so a la la ya la la a ye a ra le ho te me kai de so na je
다 사중이라 등게 나라야 차세와 술가가 제거신 친사송아 차세 살이마 저번 배워도 되네 손바면데다 제바치 지나 상와되고 나니 저바다니 전도 매워 루베 저번 매워 맨다 다니 전도 매워 전 단도바도 저바들 림바치니 치 봉다 치나 상와 아니 안데레 루베 저바 맨다 다니 전도 매워 세야고 저바 리망아 단도차 다 저바 조바리 저바 비싸리체 다 샤바리 다그 So from
the 7 limb puja, so far we have completed the first the prostration. There were about 5 verses here for prostration, and then the offerings we have offered, outer offerings, the outer offerings. Also, there are many different offerings. Our offerings once practice, and so on. Then there is inner offering, the secret offering, the suchness offering, the offering of medicine and service. All these now offering section is complete. So 2 limbs of the 7 limb puja is done. And now follows the 3rd limb of the 7 limb puja, which is confession, declaration of one's non-virtues. So here what we are confessing, what we are declaring to the Guru and assembly is all the unwholesome actions, non-virtuous actions that we have accumulated from the beginningless time, all the general non-virtuous actions, and in particular the transgressions of one's vows, of different vows, the Pratimokta vows, Bodhisattva vows, Tantric vows, and so on. So transgressions of one's vows and samayas. So all that kind of mistakes that we have done in the past, we are confessing.
Toma mebe tune tane bato mego diba mego rangi cheba.
Rangi Chebraman. So all those unwholesome actions, thoughts and actions that we have committed in the past by oneself, and causing others to commit, and rejoicing in others' non-virtue. So all those are non-virtues. So by directly oneself engaging in the act, or causing others to act in that way, or rejoicing in such wrongdoings, those are all to be confessed. For example, if we kill a person ourselves, that is one's own direct involvement or action. One has indulged oneself directly in this action. So this is called both accumulated and created. So, and if one or someone else go and kill somebody for ourselves on our behalf, then this is also the same non-virtue for us, and this is called not acted but accumulated. So this is accumulated by ourselves but not acted by ourselves, because it acted by somebody else. So, and then there is the rejoicing in the mistakes or in the unwholesome actions of others. We can very easily commit that. That doesn't require any effort. It is just only a motivation. It is just a way of a motivation. for example, when we hear different news and about fight or anything like this, and we sort of keeping sort of a feeling of sort of partisan on some side, then we rejoice if someone is defeated. Then we rejoice, even in sports or anything like that. If there's some side which we wish to be defeated, and some side we wish to be win, then we rejoice very much in the defeat of somebody and in the victory of others. Or like this, out of our sort of ignorance, we can very easily even commit some very heavy crimes just with a little change of thought.
Thoame tuni migi dibele jedang jizel yerang sungre sungwa jichiba tenege diba kang yoba ti shayu tuji chimbuda diba chirana jichenga be besang meba diba sha che sa so tabe tuilo sha so be tanga diba ti meba jinji loro no chenche nga jigu me singen diba tindere ta tanda yani tuji ne sha shing stu sha ba che ba je lenche meje dumba ne tanga jigu me kelen yin je ba de. So here we are declaring and confessing all those unwholesome thoughts and actions that we have accumulated, done by oneself, or causing somebody else, or rejoicing in others' misdeeds. All these kind of mistakes we are confessing in front of the one's guru and the assembly and the triple gem. And with full regret, very sincere and deep regret, as if someone has if we have taken a poison or something like that. Very sincere regret. We are confessing it sincerely, and also taking the vow. So ask for their blessing and their help for purification of this kind of imprints that we have accumulated from those, and at the same time we are taking the vow never to indulge again in the same mistakes in the future. So it says here, before the eyes of the exalted compassionate ones, I lay bare with a regretful mind all non-virtuous from beginningless time, whatever actions bound to misfortune that I have done, caused others to do, or have rejoiced in, I vow never to do again. So if one confess with the four opponent forces, then the imprints will be purified. So the
all our purification practices and confession practices must be accompanied by so-called the four antidotes, or the four opponent forces. The first opponent force is the force of repentance. One must have a sincere repentance, not only from mouth but from deep from the heart repentance for one's mistakes of the past. That is the opponent force of the antidote, or the repentance. And then the force of determination for the future. That means taking vow not to, deciding not to do again. And then the opponent force of the support or the base. That refers to the taking refuge in the triple gem and generating bodhicitta toward the sentient beings, since we have accumulated the non-virtuous actions in relation with the triple gem or with the sentient being. So that practice, and then the opponent force of remedy or the antidote. So that is with these forces, other three forces in the mind, then we actually engage in various practice of purification, like mantra, recitation, prostration, or anything like that. Whatever we practice, that is called the opponent forces of the antidote, application of the antidote. So if our confession practice is accompanied by those four opponent forces, then it becomes very effective.
다 추나라진 세마당제 메람지 지파 당지 네가 지연처 나가 나자 삼바탑이 이런 거 지수 이런 거래.
So after the confession of the mistake, the unwholesome, the deeds, then we do the rejoicing. We generate a sincere rejoicing. Though all things dreamlike lack inherent or natural existence, we sincerely rejoice in the happiness and joy of all Aryas and ordinary beings, and in the every white virtue they ever have performed. So this contains the rejoicing.
다 샤바제도 동바니게 따에 진대게 샤나네 동네 전데 샤나 샤 맞다 지세랑라 동바니게 따와 전에 예랑 제야 지신디 추나라지 세마당제양 추타자 라시 주가 지장 요 말레스 라시 주베 세마다 제와레 추나라지 세마당제양 라시지 마두바 이네 자제 준데 태타지 준데 더 자네 요 말에 디바체네 디레 ambe karina gidi le dedo suznyo wala loyo mare lende la loyo mare chuna ren sema dangri yang melam jeje melam na jen res jiba tamji ji de son ji sujiwo da paba sinjan gan de ji ne jiba taji ne가 jiang chero nagar la ja sam sujiwo da paba su gi gwan ze ne ge zawa be sajo langa la soba druba shen le pemba druba ni soba gwa naga chi senche ne gwa je sadu ko dewa ji mu ju yin za ne가 jiang chero gwa de la be nga ga gen du us be shira ga bu che wa yin se ji se rang gong ba melam ji yin or de all this sunda.
So the rejoicing is as a very generated in a special way and a very profound way. We rejoice in the goodness and happiness of the others with understanding of the void nature, with understanding of the shunyata. We are not rejoicing in the goodness or something inherently existing goodness or happiness on. Rather, in those happiness, those virtuous qualities which are also void of inherent existence. So as it says in the text, although all phenomena without exception, also the virtues, the deeds, the goodness, the happiness and the virtuous deeds, virtuous qualities, all those things are void of inherent existence, and they are like a reflection, like dream, and as no inherent existence, they are completely void in their nature. However, so out of that void sort of essence of that nature, all the phenomena manifest in their relative in the relative appearance, according to the law of cause and effect. So without any like they rise in the completely in interdependence and by the law of cause and effect, which is immutable, unchangeable, and in such a way then, for example, a positive cause produces a favorable fruit, a positive fruit, and a negative cause producing a negative fruit without any mistake, without any change. The law of cause and effect, everything functions correctly. So therefore we are rejoicing in the happiness and the goodness, in the virtuous deeds and qualities which gives rise to the happiness, as is fruit, although they are void in their nature.
Melam Chijes. Samata Trevanaya, Melam Nashin, Judy, Soyo Maris. Melam Judy Ho may be Piccolo, the Motogen Soyala, Melam Nala Misseba, me, Seba, the Motion which Suyu Tabna, the Soji Divan Years. On a Gilungi, Melana Soji, Mina, Gilung Dumba, Milatadon Jungo Basin, Tim, Sanjaki, Gilungi Jeba Yamazes, Melana Mazebi, Lenda. Jana Kunji. Kunji. Omana sondage na chidachi karsacha melam Naya Karchiche. Say Janula, Chaba Chinju Tararis. Tatsi Dama Tengamendo, Melana Labe, Rangi Chayu Bemeso, Zambatabashi, Melatone, said we're going to similar Chabachi to Loameba, Melangi de Butilici Yore. Then is a Melanaya, Rajita Madunaya, Junit Tevare, said, Kongji Tire. Madone, Melanchi, Melan de Mama Dube Pella, go amare, Judy Lome Pella go, Lama Chibet, Tati Gosamendo, the Consorts Gumati. Hello, Solo, Tamale Duchi, Lama Dabache, Jamal Tishi, Sherwood, Ranjure, Jamal Tishu, Tinchi is Johnson, the majors, Lendoyati, Madaba, Jamal Tishu, Jaya, Tele, Mamma Jamasan, Zebanzia, Johnson, Madinamamuchi, Moducenior. Lemon Lasso Langa, Lenichi, Chiva says, all things under the consul look just a children. Jumaya, Gishi, Kundula, that's it on the coaches on the path of Sugar. Tanako Kumari. Knowledge. Tanakala Shada, Chichen to the Ta Jisa around the la, Tusuji Giza, Chivad, Nagarchian Chavagiola, Sambat Ni Tapanebe Gizachiade. Susu Jachimbo Sagade, me Giojaval, Yakuchi, Sonere, Maso, Akasava Tado, Diva Chimbuyore, or Deza, Nang Yerangum.
His Holiness has was speaking some details of some philosophical discussions about this dreamlike. Here, the dreamlike does not directly refers to as a reason of lacking the inherent existence, rather to dreamlike, that phenomena are like dreamlike, to prove that to prove its relative existence, how through cause and effect, the law of cause and effect, interdependent law of interdependentness, the interdependent relation. This is applied more to the interdependent rising nature than to the void nature. However, there is some discussions about this. His Holiness says you don't need to know that right away. It is a little complicated, but after you can learn it from the Geshe-la more in details, and still you after you have made progress in your study of debates and so on, and transcended the level of the sky flower and the rocks and so on, the rocks and trees and so on. And so you can study them afterwards. So what we need to know here, what we need to know here is that we are rejoicing very sincerely in all the happiness and goodness and the cause of happiness of all beings, Aryas and enlightened and unenlightened beings, without jealousy, without any negative feeling towards it, with a sincere joy in the mind, we admire it.
Doji simbe gundi de tenche lama salo mebe la gundi ne deba zan dagmare deba shaba lama nenjo la tene be lama ran lo so de shabati ke chishu jire chungo ko ta jife yerong de la tanda shewa na jire chiba tha ji du so sa be na ga ge digin ju be ge za le yerong jaba imba ta na sanje le cha ja na sanje ji ge choni de ge sa ba de ya bo re sa ba Sanje Daga Sanje Choju Sanje Tanje Daga Zavala Chimbati Yabushar, Chuju Koloko de Kamzik Sinjing Pentobu. Yangan and the Ebate Sinjan Tanzi Jen Pentogen, Sinjing it, Nyangelende, the Kudung, Chodengi, Setebado, Chachaba, Yula, Shoro Chabate, Shitang Yakore, somebody with today, Salton, Sanjay Johnson, some of the Zeba Kangalo, Zeba Kanzeba, the Lovichin Zedu, Sangago, Tindijiri. It's not the same word.
So when we confess, do the confession, it's very important that we confess it to the Guru. Not only just visualizing a deity which is sort of separate from the Guru, but to actually to the Guru, that makes the confession very effective. Otherwise, just visualizing somebody who isn't anyone, somebody separate, it has there's no power, there's no benefit of it. And when we rejoice in the goodness, in the happiness and the cause of the happiness, we are rejoicing those qualities of all beings, enlightened, ordinary sentient beings, as well as the enlightened beings of the Buddhas. So this is a very powerful way of accumulating merit, because Buddhas, as we know, that the deeds of the Buddhas and the qualities of Buddhas are infinite. It is so immeasurable and so powerful, that how Buddhas constantly engage in the deeds of helping sentient beings all the time, directly by appearance, and also giving teachings of the Dharma, and indirectly through many different manifestations. Even, for example, the remainings of the body of the Buddha, for example, even the relics and stupas and so on, also fulfills completes the work or the duty of the Buddhas towards the sentient beings who respects them. So therefore, Buddhas always, directly and indirectly, sort of constantly engaged in helping sentient beings, and therefore their power of the virtue and their merit is infinite and measureless. So if one rejoices in such a powerful merit, in such powerful deeds, then we obtain a great result from it. Badhiso.
Da menda danye tendum buas nyomo jija zaji ne nyom zombe meji jira na so dans aranzola ne na sa yung ya long ti pegen sung ge zawa che ne ri jija zaji yung ge yore dia nyomo be zawa re nyomo tu sung ge zawa che ne yung ge yore nyomo tu sung da long ti pegen sung ge da sim da be ne ge jira jujen jodan chen ro chi che ne zawa long ti pegen sung bu yo yo bare ta long je ne long kham ki ne chi de tripa je ne tri ne de pegen je ne pegen ge na sa ti bi shira yong ge ta de re le ya njwa shi cha ma nyam be chen ge cha dong ge ne de bu za wa sung njung shi je wong du za wa sung bu re le ya ne ri shi ja sa shi yong yo re ne ri shi ja sa shi la long le chu ba tripa le chu ba pegen le chu ba ta ko da che ji ne shi ja da chi yong me ji ne ja da chi 용주 세네 자다치 가르사 다나 뒤지네 자다치 제네 네 지자자지 자지스야 되네 지지요래 내리 시제데 시르반 지자다 지르와 지자자지 될라 용주 세네 다 미가가다 먹고 진 자바자바든 자바데 롱트 베겐 송데 될라야 내리 지자자지래 자다치네 나 잔두그레 메고아 마리 누르고아 마리 pen naga chila noga yore rinru ma je ne phengi yo mare chila ne phen ma do ne phengi yore me gore chi na kar je ne me phengi shinge tire ta jada chi si yo ro tire
chi me ta ne phen me ba chi che
me ta ka le mo ge ta no che ne
ale mo go yin chi che lo le
ta te ma yim de la phen le te gu khen chi no ba yo nge be rimru le te gu khen chi ya ne ji phen gi chu gu khen chi
So after this, then we are offering the medicine. So we are offering the medicine. So the medicine is to overcome all types of to overcome all the diseases, all the afflictions of outer and inner afflictions. And like like the samsara, our ordinary body, is endowed with all these causes of the disease or afflictions within ourselves. The root of the disease is in the mind. It is the attachment, hatred, and the ignorance. So out of these three poisonous roots in the mind produces three physical causes of the disease, that is phlegm, bile, and wind. So those are the three principal causes of the disease, and from those three causes of the disease, then various other different types of the disease and unbalance or disturbance in our body are produced. And there are altogether 404 types of disease which we can suffer from. And they are divided in four parts. There's one part, 101, which has a special name. This is something kind of temporary kinds of discomforts, which just naturally cures by itself without help of medicines and so on. Then there is another 101 types of kinds of disease which can be cured by medicines. And then there's still another 101 which cannot be cured only by medicine, but through medicine, and which is because the cause is not only physical, so it cannot be cured only by medicine, but combination of medicine and by other healing methods. And because they are interference, this is the disease which are related with outer interference and influence. So those 101 types of disease can overcome by the combination of medicine and other healing methods. And then there is still 101 types of disease which are incurable. So even medicine cannot work. So those are something which actually the roots of these exist within our body.
알아서 신체 지당고 신체 탐제로게 랭에사베 미기wen데고 신체 지통게 레진데고들라 매너바 총진로 내나사 모르 용어인자 되네게 배지통지 레지오게 나야게 내리 면자와 진이 여바 상말로게 녀부 대강갈레 팽킹게 매나매 나서 표현을 가지고 매 리부디자바 매 치마 감주여바 매 고아 통주여바 나나 나서를 무치 너도 루네 아니야 그냥 한번 봐도 매박 소신의 표현을 가지고 소신의 표현을 때는 라다 시제 타절 내시워지 손삼바지고.
So actually as the time degenerates and due to many changes, many circumstances, then still many more diseases arise, many more different types of disease arise in the people, in our body. However, here when we make this offering, we are offering I offer various and sundry potent medicines to destroy the 424 ills of delusion. So we are offering very powerful medicines, which is like ambrosia, like a nectar, which can destroy all types of the disease, outer and inner disease of both the body and the mind. And this is offered contained in very precious containers, and then offering goddess come out and they bring this like ambrosia, this nectar, and offer to the gurus and assembly. And when we offer that to the assembly, then this cures all the disease, all the affliction, all the sufferings within yourself and in all other sentient beings.
So
the most important thing which you should know is that at this moment we are offering very like powerful substance, medicinal, nectar which can overcome all these different outer and inner afflictions.
다다네 텐도 뭐래 천이지 세다된 뭐라나 나가 지세 멍수송도 수스 저런 도니보 용외래도 나라 저런 게 전에 표기 인식실라 요거 표기 나가 마세지 바들 나라베 다버죠네 배 점주로부터 나가지 저런 거 멍도 멍 메시지를 받아버려로지 내는베 나가 마세 봐 저런 게 요구주의 저런 게 가르치지 손가루고 요구주의 인정을 다양히 전도 미국이 되어지고 있어.
And also we are offering here the service. We are offering ourselves. We are completely surrendering ourselves to under the protection or under the guidance of lordship of one's guru and the triple gem. And so, as it is, and respectfully I offer myself as a servant to please you. Pray, keep me in your service as long as the heavens endure. So, till the end of the space, we put ourselves completely under the service and under the protection and the guidance of one's guru and triple gem. And so, one completely gives up oneself to the guru.
Dene zangde dajen de chelam daden bulan cheje lomar zungata chai chani chetu su sianrabo darin nima darin zung churang yobula nga phyja ga inje wore chuni ji che darin bulanas ta physa wa inza lama lai mere ngaran sorang yo mare lama do chang garji thong do chang garji sun la le su do ka le je guna jebu che guna lenga dong sungu yo chudun ru sungu yo na lama ka du wore.
So now we are offering here from this moment until the state of enlightenment, we are offering ourselves completely to the guru. So our liberty is completely offered, or the power is completely offered. So nothing is held back. We are giving in completely in the guru and the triple gem. So therefore, that means we are sort of completely belonged to the guru and triple gem. There's no any more like of something of one's own. No more any ego is there. And so therefore, from now on, since we have offered, then we should follow completely obediently all the instruction or the wishes of the guru. If guru wishes you to have a nice time, to just to go enjoy a holiday, or just and then we must do that. Or if your guru wishes you to practice very strenuously, we must do that. So whatever, anyway, with the liberty is offered.
다른 좀바 지게 표지만 이제거래 이로 나와져거래 되는가 저런 게 망이 망수 치버지스 다 되게 셔서버지 나니 체제 용수송은 세나미지 신진 편버지스 당에 나베 군조 저런 게 나버점 봐 저런 게배콩 망수 표를 인사도 나 세바나라 배 강래 민지 버라 신진라가 팽팽게 신진 되지고 있어 다 개참 무시하나 고바면도 군조가 고바시야를 신진거 도마도 매봐 아니라 군조가 가두고 표차이 매봐 아니 군조가 배가두네 신진라가 팽팽게 신진이 되지 우리 지제.
So when we have offered ourselves completely as a servant, as at the service of the guru and the triple gem, so what is the duty of ourselves as a servant of the guru? So that is to fulfill the wishes or the intention of the guru and triple gem. So the real intention or the wish of the guru, the fully enlightened Buddhas, that is to help sentient beings, to be at the service of the sentient beings. That is the service of the Buddhas. So that is the only wish or the intentions of the guru. So we must then give in oneself for the service of the sentient beings.
So when we have 매매 디버트야 다 다바치기 전체 디버야 지금에 지어래.
So, as it says in the Bodhisattva Vajradhara, I becoming myself a servant of the Buddhas. I will put fearlessly then engage myself in the service of the sentient beings, and will also purify all the mistakes or the errors that I have accumulated in the past, and determine or decide not to commit again.
당연히 매매봐야 오제 당가래베 라마라이 텐도 묘이 다 표사리인상 알라랑 짜네메 라마라이 고마도 좀 제고 대인사 라마라로 고마시 주 신신시도 마도 매 마야 코마도 고마도 신신을 집행 강행 도마도 angebe 미저 가지고로 잡는 재미니 삼바로 신다지하고.
So here, when we are offering ourselves to the Guru, then we should decide oneself from this moment to the enlightenment of always to work for the benefit of the sentient beings. Because being a servant of the Guru, one has to work for the Guru. And work for the Guru. That means to fulfill the wish of the Guru, and that is to work for the benefit of the sentient beings. So one becomes forever the servant of the sentient beings.
다 Chopa 저래 양 제바 지기 있는 루베 Chopa 링에 동송도 건조서 다저도 나다치다 지기는 대 루베 Chopa 콩레데 라마 Chopa를 솜다 대인티스.
So this completes the offering part, and if one wishes, here one can also take the tantric vows and so on as a part of the offering, like offering of the practice. However, in the text now here completes the offering part.
대권한이 제가 배워야 될라 디테일 히지 대회 이시치 최고랑 예주단 대회 예면 흥도 마산 줄랜데 dondan chanchu chula mbujo.
No. Then we offer the offering of the reality or the suchness in this verse, which says, I present to you, O refuge protector, supreme ultimate Bodhicitta, beyond words, thought and expressions, spontaneous, indivisible, the void sphere of all things, unhindered by obstacles or fabrications of true existence. It is the great wisdom, simultaneous with bliss.
다 디데 디바메바 다 추고라지 투바다 제와 동바니레 동바니다 이르메바 hunji 투베 마상준데 디발 심라 니와나제 칸니 주 미토케 어디데 송어레데 don다야니 don다 장수 신주주서 don다베 장수 신제 돈이 무슨 또 되어지 못해 대상 미바 제야 될라 다다기 자자 표현이 자자 하는 표현 자 번야도 속에 돌라되네 라마 라서 타오지가 돌아 디바단 트레와 녀무바 라소베 바 디바단 트레베 사메지 되어치무지 여러와 사메지 되어치무 되게 내로 동바니라 냠버샤니 동바니라 되어치무니 오일메바 도주라 총송 삼바지고리 다 놀드나 되래.
So this is a quite vast and profound subject. This actually refers to the ultimate bodhicitta. The ultimate bodhicitta means the realization, the direct realization of the shunyata, or the emptiness, or the void nature of everything. And so, however, the way you offer this offering is in the secret offering. We have offered the consorts, and the Guru Vajradhara uniting with the consort and experience all the stages of bliss to the ultimate, to the highest. And so this, the mind of the Guru is fully sort of merged in the state of ultimate bliss, but it is not just a mere sensation, not just a mere experience of bliss, but this experience of bliss causes the mind to absorb completely, inseparably, absorb completely or merge completely in the void nature of everything, in the emptiness, in the shunyata. So thus the the mind which is in the state of ultimate bliss, the very subtle level of the mind which is free from all defilements, free from all obstacles, that state of mind, that blissful state of mind itself is completely in union or completely in absorption of the shunyata, or void nature of every existence. So this union or this experience is the nature of the offering of the reality, offering of the suchness.
다 대부 좋나 여기 초신수라 사매지 되어 집에 간라 랑래 사매지 되어 지종 선바지 여기 당장지 신주배 랑신도 집에 간라 랑래 당장지 신주 지종 선바도 도지기나 간라라 바샤야고샤 초자 첨부 사고요.
So actually when we offer the secret offerings, and which causes the ultimate state of bliss to rise in the object, we should think at the same time the bliss is also experienced by oneself, the offerer by oneself, it also experienced by oneself. And when that blissful state of mind of the guru is merged in the emptiness, in the void nature of everything, we should think ourselves, our mind is also that state of bliss, that blissful state of the mind is fully absorbed in the shunyata. If you do it in the both ways, in the object and also in oneself, it will help us to receive a very powerful imprint in us, to plant a very powerful seed or imprint in our mind.
단데나라 상대베 자주가 롱망고 요르데 롱장데 되네 주루고아데 디더다도 보면도 네 콩타도 주기 제고 상대베 거서 라마라 라하베 라마다 하베 라모이메도 다네 지나 상와데 권한이 주고바 대외 나는 상외 최버도 초주 주르바 임바 치치레자 나주 상주 대권한 최버 송데 조임바 라바로 본연 최버 무고바 송요레 Chopa namba naji tato lana niparchas chidangcha. Richen chune na chung cho, richen nasu shoki jen, rutsi ratu rupacha, sanje kongla uwarcha sonyate, punye chopa sheware. Punye chopa sanje kongla uwarcha sonyate, zo lama la ugube, to lame nenju che la, zo labe lata yirmebe, lama la ugube, to himbati, ane reba le sonyes. Adi tsuydibe labra sana lamene jula miba chimbute yung song che de kong de yor, joma guwa chona ne ka chengi tena song yor, sandibe zaju na yor, sindi so ka chengi song lama chibe cha chen na la song she na ne long zhang she yor. Cherang tsu kaya sigo ma re ti yang ting song ka she ke lama chibe choka chen chen re, tila song she pi chogo ma re, zowa ki long do yin zeba li che yu sa song she ka ne yung, tibe choka yabu ma re siken tinde pe naso ji yungu yore yang pecha yosa da keba yosa la ne keje she ne se yung yo mare len lo khen me sa lan se yore de de ta de ban da ko sim ro man ro sam gande ha ko men do.
So actually in the great commentary many quotations are given about these offerings from different tantras, in particular from the Goya Samaja King Tantra. The Goya Samaja Tantra, it explains about the need of making all these offerings, outer offerings and inner offerings, secret offerings and offerings of the reality, and so on. These are very much emphasized in the Goya Samaja Tantra. In particular, to offer the offering of the secret offerings and the offering, the suchness offering, are very strongly emphasized in the Goya Samaja Tantra, which we, as it says in this Tantra, we should offer with these secret offerings and to all the Tathagatas and so on. But it all means to the Guru who embodies all the Tathagatas. Then the secret offering and all the other offerings should be made. So therefore, this practice, it has an actual source. It comes from the very root tantras of the Goya Samaja. It's not something, for example, the master who compiled this has sort of invented or something, but it has actual root in the tantra. And so in this great commentary of Yeshe Gyaltsen, so if you in the future you if you want to study more about this, you can find all these quotations and the description in the great commentary of Ishi Gyaltsen. And so therefore, sometimes there are like criticism to the Guru practice of Guru Puja, saying that this is improper to make the secret offering in this Guru Puja, because here the Guru is visualized in an ascetic form of a monk and so on. So to offer the consort is unright, it's incorrect. There are discussions like that, like criticism like this from behind, not in front, but from behind. But however, actually these questions are all, these points are all completely free of doubts and questions, because if one looks back into the actual root tantras, then one will understand the need of making all these offerings and so on. So there is very valid scriptural support, or this the support of the source of the teachings of the Buddha. So in future, if you hear such criticism or like this, then you should look up in the great commentaries. Badisong.
Da me da danye tendum buas. So
that is the inner offering.
That's all Piagi, so Yansha, the Peru the Pure Lusuchi, or Ma. Since I don't want to pay Lusuchi, or Lamentation shoe in Dojukola Siagi, then will pay Tali sort of issue. So he said, you man do it.
No.
That's some Chopa Puella, Yavon Lansu Benzin Truchi. The Vajradhara like Lutama, Shinji Haji, Lenji Punyeso, Zidu Jume Chaja Najam Buse, Lama Chaja Puri.
So then,
Bemajan La Soba, Bamacha, Dalamu Jama Donjima, Zajamasu, Chaja number Jibu, Rangal to Drube Chaja, Druni Puri.
Then we offer the secret offering to the gurus and assembly. So this is in this verse, which is, I offer even beautiful consorts and a host of dakinis, place born, mantra born, and those born simultaneously, slander, aglaw, is there aglaw? Very important word. Aglaw with vibrant youth and skilled in the 64 arts of love. So so we are offering the consorts, as His Holiness has explained yesterday, of those different classes or different types. Such beautiful consorts are offered to the Guru and the assembly.
Zunziche. Dan Tuju Zaji Yolans Bendushi, Tuju in the Vajradhara Kesiade, Juze Tuju Zaji la Keva, Juze la Ke, Lutama as to Janus Grishano, Lutama, like Lutama.
Shinjingaji,
Shiji Dam Haji. So
Yong Langso in Tibet, Yong means agreeable or beautiful. Here I think it's translated. I offer even beautiful or agreeable consorts. So that means a very agreeable or very beautiful in appearance, holding all the perfections, the perfect qualities, and very youthful, about 16 years old, and then with all the perfect characteristics and qualities, and who are also completely skilled in all the 64 arts of love, and which can provide the object with the highest state of bliss. And this type of consorts, the beautiful consorts, are offered to the guru and to the object, which are those consorts which are place born, mantra born, and born innate born, or innate dakinis, or born simultaneously.
Juze tu juze yi siya di, juze mambu yo re di, duwa longli sombe juze tu yi siya di la, zai che nan da penpa da re di chungo la sobe, jibi zai chebar minrawa mambu ji song yo re. Da na yin, lu ji ten ju na sombe pe me chi, juze tu juze yi song yo re, diyan be jiba chabar jibi ju, tritab gu juze re. Ndi somba di, Ndi na song jaba juze tu juze yi siya di, nabu drabu ji war di, goba kakare, goba same ji dewa, lenchi ji dewa chi ne, nyomu ba nambar chom ne, be salan ji toba, tombo le le ya ki, niraba juze re.
So
chidan chibi se juze nda penpa tori re chungu chiba so, juze ken jebu tsuka lo ya ki juze puse nagu siya drabu ta, tina yo res.
So in general, these 64 arts, here in English translation, they made it clear, 64 arts of love. In Tibetan, it says 64 arts, which here refers to the 64 special arts of the love. But generally, 64 arts, or Juze Tuchu Ripshi, or 64 arts, there are different kinds of 64 arts. There are also, like as it's taught in the Vinaya, there are 64 arts of sport also, and such as riding horses and galloping horses and throwing lasso, throwing spear, throwing arrow, shooting arrow, and wrestling, jumping, running, and so on. There are 64 such sports. They are also called 64 arts, and also there are 64 arts of ordinary, 64 arts of love, which causes like attachment and lust and attachment to rise. There's ordinary type of the 64 arts of love, and then there is transcendental 64 arts of love, which causes the generation of the ultimate state of bliss. So this is different from just ordinary, the mundane arts of the love. Those 64 arts of sport is something in ancient time, like the kings and so on, the warriors, they train themselves in those arts, all the martial arts. That includes all the famous martial arts.
Desang Juze Sutra Imbe Tsem Desang Ma in the Shemun said Pa Shu Tsu Shu Jen Shuri Jewabade Kame Juze Jebu Masur Pumba Siade May Jeba Hamagoche Tolu Melbe Pe Sani Hamagoche Tando Rudeke Kuro Piwata Tomuni Chenuke Teneba Fontaine Mengoju Juzeba Tolu Melbe Pe Jayag.
So those 64 arts or martial arts, they are also very special. They are not just like ordinary military training or like that, but those are very highly skillful methods or arts of love, arts of the martial arts, which, for example, like the arts of archery, arts of swordmanship, and so on. There are very many different arts. When somebody is fully mastered, then they are capable of just one person, for example, fighting with hundreds of people, and also when someone, for example, throws a spear or anything or anything, wrestling, whatever, it's very skillful. It can, for example, destroy somebody without causing pains and discomforts and so on. And but in a very instant, everything, for example, to take part somebody in pieces. But in an instant, everything is done without very long and slow suffering. But most of those arts, the real, the skillful martial arts, have degenerated very much, and they are almost not existing any.
Transit gigenchi ke gitu ngaja tambalaya phon lagu yore nda phon ya ke jute chi lagu yore.
So one time a great sage was in training 500 disciples in the art of archery.
Transit lume de deba deba ji chung chi la no pugu su linga na la nda dang chi da nya chi yu sha ye be kan la ge long cha ga su nyu le phe yu ne pugu su chi ma phe ba re.
So one time the master went away, and the students were sort of playing down in a park, and at that time then Arhat, the Charka, I don't know the Sanskrit name, is a great master. He came by in this park.
Chaka de tamba shajo tobage kuchungsage lumbu ngajala pugu ngajaya chere chikre kore.
He is one of the disciple of Fully Enlightened Buddha, and he is actually son of one of the minister of the Buddha's father. And he was very, very powerful, very strong, with a great physical strength. Mostly, usually the Shakya race, the people are very, very strong and powerful. For example, this is also one reason why the Fully Enlightened Buddha is called Shakya Muni. So that Shakya Muni is the able Shakya. So that means that he has defeated in all the arts of sport and so on, and martial arts, and in every kind of sport like that, he has defeated all the Shakyas. So that's why he's called the able Shakya. So when Fully Enlightened Shakyamuni, when he was still very young, and when he went to learn, for example, the grammars and so on from the teacher, before when teacher taught 2 or 3 lines of something, he has learned it immediately, and he already put many questions, much more profound, difficult, back to the teacher, which always put the teachers in very difficult situation.
Chakatenma sunyo pe on the bugu da ma je wa che de yo and chunzo kari ji go yos nganzo da love go yo pong love go yos ya go shen so s ya go ran shen ma so s so yo ge gen ga wa chi so ge gen chi le pe so s da de ki so me je wo sen je te se len da je ta bu yo de ge lun chaka la ba le de shu gu na jen de se pa de dan de ki shu ga le yo de da ka de je wo de chon so ge gen da cha ba de ko yo ji chim bu ko yo ki shu.
So then this Charka, this disciple, this monk, the disciple of the Buddha, came by in this park where those archers were playing, and he asked what they were doing, and they explained what they were learning, and he asked them to give one of the bow, and actually those are all very sort of strong bows. But when it came in the hand of the Charka, they just bend so easily. It's like toys of the little kids. And so he asked, how can someone shoot with such a tender bow like this. And so he asked for the real, the good bow of their teacher. So then they brought their teacher's bow, which none of them actually could even bend slightly. And it is still quite soft in his hand, and so he asked, but they asked him anyway to shoot an arrow, and so he asked for an arrow, and he asked where for the target, where to shoot. So they asked him to shoot at some crows flying in the space. So he asked in which way to shoot, shooting from bottom, going up from the mouth, or from mouth downward, from upward or downward, in which way he should shoot the crow. And they asked him to shoot in the upward position. And he asked for 5 arrows. So he held 5 arrows in his bow, and so then when one crow flew over, came by, then he should very instant he shoot one after another these 5 arrows, and the first one went right in front of the crow. So the crow went backward, and then the second one just came just behind the crow, so it's sort of put in between the two, and again 2 others on the 2 sides. Then the crows sort of flew straight upward, and then he shot one in the middle, which went straight through the body of the crow. So like that, in a very skillful way, in a very short instant, one can shoot like this, simultaneously shoot the arrows and like this, and like that. There are also many other types of art like that, of throwing different weapons, and also wrestling, running, jumping, and so on, and which were very in one time, like around the time of Buddha, as it was still very flourished in India, and some of those arts also have reached in Tibet. In olden time, this became also very flourished in Tibet very much. So, like in Tibet also, there is some of the sports, or the sports or the skill which like warriors or a strong man should have is the archery, and then art of throwing a special kind of a stone, and then jumping, and then the running and swimming. Basically. And then the art of, how do you say, the martial cry, sort of crying, sort of screaming, like in the wars or like in a fight, there's a special scream. And that... Let's take some of So this, for example, the sport of jumping, it's very high jump, and this is also even quite popular in the monasteries, and in many monks also. Some of the monks, they during the holiday period and like this, then they go out and they make special ground for that, and then they hold a very big competition, and some are very highly skilled in this particular kind of sport. However, so there are those different types of sports, the archery, the running, jumping, and then throwing the stone, and then this special cry, and then art of speech, and art of writing, and art of like astrology, and so on. So those are also some of those 64 arts. So, and there are such 9 like sports, which are generally called the 9 arts of like a strong man, or like a powerful, like a warrior, like a powerful warrior or a strong man. So like there are arts, 64 arts, 64 arts of sports, and arts of like fighting and so on. There are those arts, and many of the in the West also there are many different like arts of sport which are practiced, and so those are the arts of sport. And then there are arts of they are called the feminine arts, the arts of loving and so on, which are skillful methods or skillful arts which can lure the mind of a person. The arts of looking, smiling, and so on. There are 64 such arts.
Tuju Sajiti, Napambata, Redi Tungo Lasso, Juse Sajiti, Hema, Yagala Taradebe, Jose Kichevici, that is known as Yamari. Tandanga shared the Jose Tuju Sajisiadi, Jose Sajisiadi, Luigi Tenju Lusumbe, Jose Trujini, Tita Juse, the Tita Juse. Tandande. And the way you said, did a chandra of your ready in a ligi doji of Giuseppe. There is a delay on the country level soon be a little which ever.
So there are 64, so different 64 arts. There's 64 arts as it is taught in the Vinaya, which refers to those arts of sports and so on. Then 64 arts of love, as it is taught in the text of in the text of desire and the text of love making, and there are 64 arts of 64 arts. And then there are the 64 arts of love, which is explained here. This is somewhat similar to the ordinary arts of love, but still much more. It's the method is much more profound, much more subtle than ordinary arts of love making. And so there are these 64 arts of the love. They are as it is taught in the Mahayana Tantric text.
다 대주제 셔야지 람게야 조링 도바 토네 세면 가도래네 자자지 지고 땡으로 와 변해지 땡으로 와 대라 주제 같이 있는 주제 강 마마 주제 강 계획에 자자배만 지 송야 돼. 저 뒤에들 디고바데 주제 면자와리 해르게 대화지당 체브르 면자와리요래 주제를 쳐다 개바상게 대화침부지 대화치와상게 레지지 대화치 레지지 대화치와상게 도만일 도수 도만일 도야를 수 셔르지 대도 수 셔르 치와상게 디바방발 상제월 조른 두기와 인사 네 주제디 마이 찬다지제레디 고바 디네질 셰고요래.
So these 64 arts of love, which is explained in this text, refers to those arts of the consorts, which a practitioner, a tantric practitioner, when he reaches the state of the stage of completion, and in the mind solitude mind. When person reaches that stage of solitude mind, in the stage of completion, then there is a moment when one unites with the qualified consorts, such as those different kinds of consorts like lotus family, deer family, and so on. So when uniting with those consorts, then there are these the 64 arts of love are practiced, and each of these 64 arts of love has a special effect to produce, to awake, or to generate special types of bliss in different parts of the body and so on. And so they all provide the practitioner with the very high state of the bliss, very high and also very lasting state of the bliss. And so when one experience, the practitioner experience the very advanced state of bliss, that helps, that it contributes very much to his mind, to gain certain realizations and so on. So therefore, this type of 64 arts of love is not just ordinary one, but a very skillful one, subtle one, which can provide the practitioner with the great bliss.
신지 하지 레지 보냐 소스 신기양 하지 레지 지에 보냐 어다 네 보냐 레지 보냐 세워야 돼 이제 내려봐 상하게 세행게 도바집에 괜찮아 아니 찾았대 나는 요거 상제로 상제주고 녀도 고버집에 보냐 방신을 줘야 돼 녀야 녀랑에서 보냐 녀부인서 보냐 저거 번연 제도주면 시지하지 해지 번연서 제도주면 찾아나 잠부스 어떤 제도주면 찾아 듣다 주제가 그 라무 주니 아니 저게 초신을 배우고.
And so here in Tibetan, I offer the beautiful consorts or the messengers. The consorts are given the name of messengers. Why they are called messenger is when one practitioner reach that state of the tantra, of the tantric path, then with the help of the consorts or uniting with the consorts, then one accomplish very soon this state of full enlightenment. So they are like the messengers of the state of full enlightenment, the messengers of the state of Yugananda. So that's why they are called the consorts. And so we offer such a consort which who endow with all these perfections, all the beautiful qualities and all these qualifications, such as skilled in the 64 arts of love and so on, of different kind. The consorts of different kinds, such as place born, mantra born, and simultaneously born, and those we are offering them to the Guru and the assembly. So the 64 arts of love, which is explained here in the Tantra, and the ordinary 64 arts of love, as it is in the Kama Sutra and so on, they are similar. The names are similar, the number is same, 64, and the division within the 64 arts are similar. But actually, there is the main difference is those ordinary 64 arts of love is just they cause more delusions to rise, and ordinary state of ordinary degenerative state of bliss to rise, and also delusions like attachment, more and more attachment, and the lust and this kind of delusions rise from such a union and from such a from those arts. So they in fact cause they in fact tie the person still more tightly to the samsara. So those are like like arts which actually bind somebody to the samsara. But the 64 arts of love, which is explained in the Tantra, are methods to release someone from the bondage of the samsara and lead to the state of full enlightenment. So the result or the effect is quite different. So we create a lot of such consorts of place born, mantra born, and simultaneously born, many of them, and after they all absorb into one consort, and this is absorbed into the consort of the Vajradhara, which is in the heart of the Guru. So this consort that we are offering is absorbed into the consort of the Vajradhara, which is in the heart of the Guru. And so the Guru Vajradhara then uniting with this consort then experience the innate bliss, the ultimate state of bliss. So that is our offering, that experience of bliss. His Holiness is checking if he missed any important points. So first we'll make a short break here. So His Holiness said that there are a lot of people who, with a complete lack of understanding of the Tantra and the real meaning of the Tantra and the path with Tantra, then they, in the name of the Tantra, they do all sort of crazy things. And such people existed in Tibet, and they are still found everywhere. And but this is all because one has no understanding whatsoever of the Tantra. Because if one has some understanding of Tantra, one wouldn't do like that, because one would automatically care for oneself. So therefore, wouldn't do such crazy things. But with a total lack of understanding or misunderstanding of the Tantra, there are people who commit lots of mistakes and do all sorts of crazy things. So therefore, we should be very careful in practicing the Tantra. So you are offering here the dakinis, or the consorts of place-born, mantra-born, and simultaneously born. And the mantra-born is the most important one. For the place-born means those manifestations, or those dakinis, who are the manifestations of those are found in those 24 different places in the world, the sacred places. In those places there are the manifestations, dakinis or consorts, women, who are actually manifestations of dakinis of those different places. That is called place-born. And mantra born is applies to all the consorts in general, the human consorts in general, who belonging to the four families or four classes of the consorts, such as the lotus class, the deer class, conch shell class, and elephant class. So the best of them is the lotus class.
Teta Timbala then Doji Chang Union Bursube, Lenchi Devachi Son Samaja, Devadella, Gawa, Choga, Chega, Lenchi Gawashi, Angijiba, Toshuge, Lenchi Gawa, Chaprachi, Son Samaja.
So Guru Vajradhara, uniting with the offered consort, then experiences all the four stages of the bliss, the joy, the supreme joy, the extraordinary joy, and the ultimate bliss or ultimate joy or the innate bliss.
Sanje la lenji dewachi ya yo mari be machiba sat cha yo mari jigu ganga ji ponggu ganga pong togu ganga tosa yene yongzo re ba de ji yo me ba je gu ya de rang ge cho zo be de da re. Actually
in the Guru, in the fully enlightened Buddha, they do not need to generate the bliss state or ultimate bliss stage by stage, because they have already they are constantly in the experience of the ultimate state of bliss and in the state of the experience the void and bliss constantly. There is no generation of the bliss. It is there constantly. All what has to be attained has already attained. What has to be seized already seized. There's no regeneration of bliss or anything. It's all fully accomplished. However, when we offer in this way, we should think that by offering this, it produces great bliss and very high state of bliss and ultimate state of bliss in the Guru. Although it is there always, but we should think that this offering causes the rising of the great bliss in the object. So this it helps for ourselves.
중국 단체 도주 지바 인자 저 도배 오면 도게 너지장라가 삼매지대와 렌지지대와 지바 인자 콜 초신을 주베베 중국 용조게 도주래야 삼매지대와 지송 삼매지.
So all these the members of the assembly, they are all with one entity and one nature. So therefore, when Guru Vajradhara unites with the consort and experience this the ultimate state of bliss, at the same time, all those other the members of the assembly all experience the same joy and bliss.
삼매지대와 상제설의 지야 요마레 초파 표현의 도니야 니주스게 요마레 마레 등아람스 표할 때는 드네베 집에 뭐바지야 랑소사 조바다 마음바나 랑야 삼매지대와 롱지베 등지제 초조야게 터버리.
So actually the experience of the Buddhas are not dependent to the outer objects, outer cause, outer objects or offerings. It doesn't make any difference. However, we offer in this way as for our accumulation of merit, and also as a preparation for our accomplishment or attainment of those state of realization. Also, although you should you should visualize or you should think that the Buddhas, by accepting these offerings, experience the bliss, what is called the transcendental bliss. But of course, you still don't know what means transcendental bliss and defiled bliss. Still, you don't know distinction between the two.
도발라 사제 도면라 사메 세야기 주타인데 요레데 다리 사메인데 네 녀무제 마임발스 거래. so 타메 봐서 내가 대화까지 종종라 너샤게 녀무베 레네 녀무게 난베 녀무서 녀무 노아 왜 도시지르와 상하게 거기 대회 제버들라 사바요 말에 녀무게 녀버려 녀무 파방케레 되게 제버는 게도 전부 요래. 저서
So sometimes this the defiled bliss and the transcendental bliss sometimes refers to some like conceptual, non-conceptual, and something like this. But here it doesn't mean that. It refers that the kind of bliss which usually causes delusions to rise, the kind of pleasure, kind of happiness which causes more delusions to rise, gross delusions to rise, such as attachment and so on. All that kind of sensations, that kind of bliss, are a defiled bliss or defiled happiness or sensation. Or those, the state of bliss which actually helps to eradicate completely all the delusions, such as attachment, to the very the bliss which becomes a real force to overcome all these kind of negativities. That type of bliss, that type of sensation or happiness is the transcendental ones.
다 예바 대권한이 주바 표야 될라 디테일 리지 대외 이시치 최고라 이와라 나상다 대외 주바스다 칠봉다 대외 주바 조바리 봉다 대외 주바서 치베 어제 나토를 된 도줄 대바체장 봉어연 조도 초단 주변시다 레드다 나촌 투스 셰롱멘도 다 나상다 대외 주바들라 네 고운당대 잠부 팀이지 로제베데 자자동어당 chanjue 표시 자 고운당대에서 자마세 고운도도 고운당대 잠부 팀이 팀신부 로제베엔스도 로작베시 로신부 어디 chanjue.
And so so that is the offering of so this completes the outer offering which corresponds to the first stage of the initiation. From the four initiation, this corresponds to the vast initiation. So this the outer offering is complete. Now the inner offering, which corresponds to the secret initiation. So here we are offering a drink. In the text it says, I offer a brew of China tea of saffron color steeped with 100 exotic flavors and a delicate bouquet. Bouquet? Yes, bouquet.
Jaja tongwati na sangwata dewe choba nala nyandri ma dine cho. Chi pongwata dewa liya tibe lu suyo. Jaja tongwa jaja di chi pongwata dewe cheze el tendi dewa chi ya inza. Tena janju jiwa pyo ina chi pongwata dewa chi. Nanshu rushi jaja kwa ki jayo na na sangwata dewe choba chiwa de ta.
So this, the offering of the drink, or here offering of the tea, this can become an outer offering if you actually offer like a tea or a drink with very with flavor, with the delicious flavors and so on. It becomes an outer offering. But if you offer here actually the inner offering that we have consecrated. If we offer the inner offering which is consecrated, and if the base of that inner offering is liquid like tea or something, and at that moment if we offer that inner offering, then this becomes an inner offering, not just the offering of a drink, but it's we are offering the completely consecrated or transformed inner offering.
자제 동어들의 시작 좀 신부 매 윤리 신부요래 자자 서고야도 고토마 야나 윤의 다리를 별로 도마 요마래 야나 윤이야 다별 로주 시고는 자이 된주 시체베 거로지 시지요래 간들 자자 승에데 매 너야고 좀 신부 대통령도 리버스하고 너무도 가야 되고 물론 강과에 영우리 지요래 벽이 자대.
So this here we offer the tea, and it is jaja in Tibet. That means like China tea, because tea, the source of the tea is China, and so we are offering this tea, and this tea with a very delicious flavor, and also with different effect, which also gives energy to the mind, energy to the body, strength to the body, also clarity of the mind, and so on. So you can offer whatever tea you like, Chinese tea, Tibetan tea, English tea, whatever. You can offer here a drink. So anyway, whatever the base of that inner offering is, whether it's a tea or any other kinds of liquid, however, we offer it in this way, as it says. This, the 5 hooks and 5 lamps and so forth, is purified, transformed, and increased into a sea of nectar. So that is actually consecration or transformation of the liquid in the inner offering, into inner offering. Tea is very highly praised also by the great masters of the past. For example, the great master Atisha, when he drank the tea first time, he praised very much its qualities, that it is a drink which can be which anybody can drink, and it does not and it has also good effect for the clarity of the mind, energy in the mind, physical and mental energy, and also clarity of the mind, and even to, for example, it gives energy even in the, for example, in recitation, like in reciting mantras and so on. It also gives energy to the tongue and every whatever necessary. And so therefore it is something which can be drank by anybody, one who has taken vows or not vows, something which does not cause like intoxication of the mind and so on. So this is a very favorable drink. And also there is a separate like a prayer of tea offering, which is called Dejing Gunsang. That is a separate prayer. If one wishes, if one has the time here, if we actually has a tea to offer, then we can use that prayer too. So deva pichana le mendo girlina lama chibe chinda she kachunda jenda lamri kachunda ganla
so no Sundiki Kachu, you Jenda Chatong and the Yungurva, Pearl in the Kachu Sosala, Kachu Shumete, Yungur Chilo, Leone, Surgeon the Don, Gear the Don, Surgeon Sheva, the Fitness Chigre, King Mangwe. Today you do Chopa Mark and the Chanju Tella, the Jinko Chanju just in the Siandi, Taton and Dermary.
So that is a prayer of making the tea offering, where the tea offering is offered exactly like Cho, like when the Cho offering, the tantric, the special offering, like the Cho offering, the tea can be offered exactly in the same way to the gurus and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and dakinis and Dhammapalas and so on. We can offer exactly in the same manner like the Cho offering. There is a way to offer that, and which usually is practiced like during a teaching of like during teaching Guru Puja or any other teachings, like during discourse. If somebody serves tea to everybody, so at that time then everyone chants that particular prayer of the tea offering. And there is a tantric like a rite or a prayer of making the tea offering.
Ta chajunga ta dumanga la so jangdo ba ye de ja su chue sia de jakuge de no chue chen no chu koran ji bare ya jaju lo pyo yin no chue pyo de chajunga ta dumanga sia de shanga ta de nga sigre.
So the meaning of the 5 here, it says that tea offering, if you offer it in the form of inner offering, then we consecrate it as usual. So the meaning of the 5 hooks and 5 lamps actually refers to the 5 types of the 5 fleshes, the 5 types of the flesh, and the 5 types of amrita or nectar.
Jaju siya de jaju kuya is ngodu tola. Chopa Pin Modu Yundon Gober Java in Mishanga Dajuma. Drama Sia Modu Sever Java in the Dramita Sombaiza, Dramanga Serte, Dashe Muguacha. Shanga the Duzanga, Jang Do Barson, Cousin Nachu, Mula Shaiba. Casimir, Nachu, Shanga Duzanga, Jang, Jang, Duzito, Mambu Baria, Shaiba, Jang Do Barson, Nachu, Chajuma the Duma, Jang Do Baria, Duzjatsu, Churs, Nachu.
So they are called 5 hooks because they are like hooks to get or to hook all the blessings of the blessings of the Guru, as well as they are like the lamps. The 5 amritas are like 5 lamps to illuminate or to clear, to illuminate one's mind with the blessings of the Guru. That's why they are called with this particular term. And however, this is offered just like in the inner offering, which His Holiness has taught us in Yamataka teaching and so on. There he taught us how to transform the liquid in the inner offerings. First the purifying, then transforming, then multiplying, and so on. And so in that way we offer. So if you have a base of this offering in a little cup, like tea or some other kind of liquid, if you have as a base as an object, then you take at that moment, when you offer this, you take a drop and offer it. If you don't have, then well, you just if you don't have a liquid, then you don't need to make the gesture too. So whether you have or have not the material base, the most important thing is to offer mentally, to offer at this moment the drink, which is transformed into amrita. So So at this moment, then we again send out all the offering, the deities offering dakinis in red form, and taking skull cups in their hand, and then they are sort of scooping from this container of the from the amrita that we have consecrated, and then bringing it to the object, to the gurus and assembly, and then offering them. That is the visualization. So we have completed the mandala offering.
Rangi Tusun to Sabi Gewetzawa Mo Imbachi Chopa did it. Oh, Pasangi Gasegi Chobaruchi.
So then now we are going to offer the all the accumulation of the merit, all the accumulation of virtue.
Rangi do ya Randa Soshinge Barula and Pasangi Gase Taparan Dona Kanayoina. See, yeah, Mosham Yiju Yiju Jaso Wonsa. Deda, Mosu Shamat, Yiji Trube, Jaso, Yiji no Conga Jasurabuchi, Jaso Chiche. Degan Siji Nakar Leon Chuzegis. Rangivet, Tusun Sabi Givetzawa, Seba the Shiva Dube, Namagawe Yende, Seba Dubani Kwachiagi, Kug Jugive Lenu, Givain Sadu Chobere.
So, so now we are offering all our accumulation of merit and all the virtuous qualities in the form of in the form of a wish-fulfilling tree. So as it says in the text, to please my venerable gurus, I offer both actual and visualized objects as a pleasure grove on the shore of the wish-granting sea, strewn with 1,000-petaled lotus, which come from the white virtues of samsara and nirvana. So we visualize like the ocean. We visualize like the ocean of wisdom. So in the great like ocean of wisdom, then all around, so there are the wish-fulfilling trees, which are in fact the very merit that we have accumulated and all the virtuous qualities transformed in wish-fulfilling trees all around the field of merit. There are those beautiful trees with flowers blossoming on them, and those beautiful flowers and the trees are in fact the very the nature of all the as it here says white virtues. That means all the wholesome actions or the wholesome virtuous actions, which are the samsaric ones and also nirvanic ones. That means those virtues which are the cause of fortunate status in the samsara or happiness within the samsara, as well as those virtues which are the cause for attaining liberation or the complete liberation or nirvana. So all such samsaric and transcendental virtues are visualized in the form of those wish-fulfilling trees.
Dube Chopa de la Rang Dropa Nyanage, Suna Sajaba Kanga Chopa Pure.
So this offering of the practice, in the offering of the practice, what you are actually offering is all one's own practice and the developments and the merits that we have accumulated through our practice. We are offering that to the gurus.
Dube Chopa Pure de Rangi Givetsawa Kajana, Ben Sajaba, Tanda Savi Yoba, Che Homa Pension give up Mambasa Java, Tanda Savi Yoba, Mahuba Soba Jova, Tanda Garas Givetsawa, Shirashra Men, Mahuba, Besama Jiba, the Soju Givetsawa Kangaya, Tanda Sawa Rebadi, in a little Lonia, Pucho.
So we can actually here we can offer all the accumulation of the root of virtue, or virtuous root, or virtuous seeds, which we have accumulated in the past, and those we are collecting now, and those we will be collected in the future. Although our accumulation of merit or the virtuous seeds are still very little, but we can offer in advance. We can offer all the merits that we will be accumulating till the state of full enlightenment, till we reach the state of enlightenment. All those, the virtuous qualities that we are going to attain, we are going to collect, we can take them all by our mind and offer now.
Jibosonga Lang Rimba Tada, Lojam, Rangujul, Jibber Jabat, Sanga Duji Table Shuni, Nyasa Layaki, Givetsawata. Tada is so much Senshi, and the Gavatame Sungu so gives our Samaya Louis Langni, Tanagonia Puni.
So we should offer all the stages of realization of the path of Lamrim, beginning from the Guru devotion to all the stage of realization on the Paramitayana path, and also all the realization and the path of Vajrayana. All those stages of realization or attainments can all be offered in the form of offerings to the Guru. Not only we are offering the merits that we ourselves have accumulated, but also we can offer, we should offer all the seeds of the Dharma, all the virtuous seeds that are within other sentient beings, in all other sentient beings, all the all the virtuous qualities and the virtuous seeds which are found in all beings, enlightened and unenlightened one, we can take them all by our mind and offer them to the Guru. And we should think that the Gurus, by accepting this offering, by this particular offering, the offering of the practice, they are sort of fully delighted. They are deeply pleased with our offering, the best offering.
Nangi mende, lu mende meya, ta te wala, nyeshu la juni meya, de tere yore, kan chen ta tsun doma dinda la mendo, te mewa yinza, rajin, yishin ki jasta la rangi, kan de saba, soba ju, giwe zawa na, pasan ji shinshal chuni, pasan shingi gase, shin mambu, che sonju sudu, songa de chi yungu yote. So
Actually, the offering of the practice there are many ways of offering them, visualizing them in different forms, in different forms of the offering. However, in this Guru Puja, they are visualized in the form of like a very beautiful grove with wish-fulfilling trees. They are visualized in the form of wish-fulfilling trees with beautiful lotus and so on, beautiful leaves and flowers and fruits and so on, which are in fact our different virtuous qualities and merits, and that you can visualize like 36 trees like that, or more, or less, whatever you can visualize. In such forms, you offer our practice or our realizations.
Rangi Givetawati, thereby taking holy yoga, Mosha Yutungibe, Chopa Mambuyo, that he chilla, Rangi Givetawa, Sibata Shiveti, Naga Givali Uwe, Cheze, Passanji Chingi Gase, Dharma, the Dodon Jeba, Gonji Trochins, Dharma Tonda Mambu Jedevas.
So these wish-fulfilling trees, which are actually our realizations and our virtuous seed or merits, they are in the form of very beautiful flowers, as here it says, 1,000-petal lotuses, which come from the white virtues of samsara and nirvana and captivate the hearts of all. So sort of agreeable, so attractive and so beautiful, which are fully blossomed.
Jiten lende ranjin gusong gewe meto chiang chas, jiten debe tang so jiten debe gewada tanda yo mare de mahuba na yongjuche. Mahuba na be jiten debe gewe sa toya tsuta. Tanda jenju le yebe jiten debe gewe sa ta. Ngara tse sa jabe gewe sa kangolo.
So
leji gon saba ngagi gon saba, yeji gon saba so gosong gewe esre.
So we offer the virtuous, the seeds or the merits of both samsaric ones and nirvanic ones. At present, we don't have any nirvanic ones. The virtuous qualities and merits that we accumulate, they are still samsaric ones, but still we offer like in advance those transcendental ones or beyond the samsara, which we will attain in the future. We are offering them already, and not only your own but also of other sentient beings. We are offering them as the virtues of our body, speech, and mind.
Consang Chopa, Conto Zambo, Changshu Simmer, Changshu Simber, Conto Zambo, Marans, Changshu, Simber, Givetava, Lasova, Dantayani, Random Maimba, Jena Pentidruba, Givetava, Kaimba, Oda, Gatsetelea, Timashimo, by Tison, Tiber, Trishimo, Bonta Mambu Tredeva.
And these the flowers, these the seeds of virtue, which are in the form of the flowers, they produce a fragrance, very pleasant, very sort of sweet fragrance of the Bodhicitta. That means all these virtues, they are not sort of based on the selfish motivations, but they are sustained by altruistic state of mind of the Bodhicitta. So they have this fragrance of the Bodhicitta. As here is, while 100,000 fragrance disperse like Samandavadara's offering. So like Samandavadara's offering, that Bodhisattva Samandavadara's offering, that means offering all this limitless offering all out of Bodhicitta.
Langa Siade, Rangibe, Tanda Matone, Sanyan Juma Toya Ge, Langad, Tolan Jolan, Tolan Golan, Melo Lanset, such a Langad, Langache. Ringi Siade, Arans Juma Sanga Lishunia, Jirin the Zoring Toba. Sama Jabaji, your Tamja, or that's Debu Sukone, Pasan Shida, Debu Samjuma, Debu Yeto, Debu Gedeva, Medogi Gedeva, Tremagishim, Chojito, Delegate, Churchumbuchi Saldon, Persia.
So these beautiful flower trees of our virtuous seeds, they produce the sweet fragrance of the Bodhicitta, and also they are endowed with the precious fruits, the fruits of the 3 trainings, the fruits of the 5 paths, and the 2 stages. As here it says, the fruits are the 3 trainings, the 2 stages, and the 5 paths. So they have the fruits, very tasty, very beautiful fruits, and they are in nature. Those fruits are our 3 trainings, that is 3 shikshas, that is the discipline, the training of discipline, the concentration, and the wisdom. So those trainings, and as well as the 5 paths that, although we have not yet attained, but which we will attain through our practice of Dharma. The 5 paths, the path of accumulation, path of preparation, path of seeing, path of meditation, and the path of no training. So the fruits are in those forms. These 5 paths also in the forms of the fruits, and then 2 stages, that is in the Tantra, the accomplishment of the stage of generation and also the stage of completion. They are all in the forms of those fruits. And that is the result of our practice that we are offering them too.
Rangi nga saba la chinyo saba gyo samalo dile pasan ga sega zo so bu ne tu ne sanje le phu sha ba de gyo ya la no ma ba ja chimo ande la tenji ge ne chebre che yo so.
So this is, the offering all one's virtuous seeds, one's virtuous qualities and the fruits, to offer them in the form of in such beautiful appearance, like a beautiful park or grove with those trees and fruits and so on. It is a very it's an extraordinary or powerful way of accumulating merit, and also it is a very auspicious sign. It has a very auspicious significance.
Rangi give tawa pwa le ha maze jingi give tawa yam tene ge su ko ne phu cho yo le. Rangi jingi give tawa ja chimbo yong re ba.
So we are like our merits and the virtues. We offer the same qualities, the same virtues of other sentient beings.
Yebu sije la dambe ndo na la ni phen chimbo yin lo de. Yebu sije singen de da zo chen nyembo. Tombo ra na sanji shaja thoba nga yebu de nyama chi lu so. Yebu sharwa che phonga nyama chi lu so ma re bo.
So these the benefit of making this type of offerings are very clearly mentioned in the sutras, such as the sutra which Buddha has taught to the king Segel. I don't know the Sanskrit name, but he is one of those 4 great kings who are like disciples of the Buddha, very devoted to Buddha, who like Bhimbisara and so on, who are in fact born on the same day as Buddha himself.
Ne sanje thume nyingo de tsena ko la na gong ju ne yo ma re kanga be we sebo lo ba le hat chi ge be je je khang ta je sebo re.
So when fully enlightened Shakyamuni, when he was born, that night all the places were illuminated.
Sanje ge yo se zang re wa korang su pho jang na lo lo mu nga ja la pho nga ja chi bo re.
And on the same day, like he was born as the prince of the King Shuddhadana. On the same day, all the great the religious ministers of the king also their wives also gave birth to many sons on the same day.
Rinpoche Tirkanga Jebu Hodal Jori, so get Tirkanga Yona Jebusal Joyori.
And also many precious treasures have been found on the same day or brought to the king on the same day.
Today, Tam Chebrja Mangu Chunyorati, Tataring Sajebu Soge, Jemba Hakumareti, who say what you want to go to Shingur, Koransulabadele Urba.
So like this, many auspicious signs actually took place when Buddha was born, but one which is sort of most, which so that every, like the most, the wonder which most everybody could see is that light, the light which shined that night.
Uge sever chayuan into Jeburana Susu Pucho is a Tigite Imbaresam. Jebusijege, Yevge, Ngabodichu to be. So on
that same day, 4 other great kings of India at that time also they also had a son. Their queens gave birth to 4 princes, and since when they saw the light, they all took it as an auspicious sign of the birth of their own prince, their own son. And so the father of this particular king, Sagyal means clear or illuminated one. And he named his son Illuminated One because light shined on the same day, which he took as a sign for his own child. And also another king named his Prince Tumbo Ramnang. Ramnang is sort of completely illuminated because he took also the same sign for his child. And the king of Magadha, the prince Bhimbisara. And still another one who is called Sharava, that means like rising. So again he took the sign as a rising, like a rising of a sun. So they all named their princes after this auspicious sign. So the 5th one actually is the Shakyamuni, the Prince Siddhartha, the prince of Shuddhodana. Actually, all this, the light is a sign of his birth. However, the others took it for their own children. So they all received name with light, something with the light, illuminator, the clear one, the clear vision, this and that. So after Buddha's enlightenment, one of the first, the king which he encountered is Sagyal, this king who is the king of Sarvasdin.
Sanji Shaja Toba, Lutu Kawachen, Sanjeva, Vajradhara, Lutu, Machimbasa, Sanjeva Temba, Ai, Mani Jabusi Jegi, Jaga, Yoni Jedun, Shanta Mindabe, Tujana Mindav, Sanji Koran Reti, Chenata, Ranjungu Chanchu, Niju Sungu to us, Sanji in the Hagoa Mare, and Chenata Lochunju Raba, Tenani Ayuna, Chenale Gamba, Transform, Refer Lachu, Transform Megarwata, Dremangu, Kangalo. So when
he encountered the Prince Siddhartha Shakyamuni after his enlightenment, he was still still doubtful about Shakyamuni's enlightenment, but he was so impressed by his appearance and in every respect. However, he was still doubtful, so he questions, have you really attained the enlightenment? still, because your asceticism that you have practiced was only for 6 years, and you are still quite young, while others who are still much older, many great rishis, who practice asceticism for much longer, and almost all their life, they still seem to have not attained the full enlightenment. None of them say that. So have you really attained the enlightenment?
No, Sanjay, lo jono tana lo chonre sene de neji ji yo ma re sunte me chunju da zhi chunju je du chu yi ma je so la neji che me ro ge pe su ne an je wa se je ge ya sa ta Sanjay ge yin de ha ko re je pe de no de pe de se je pe de no de se je chu su wa.
So to clear the doubts the doubts of the king, at that time Buddha gave a very beautiful teaching, which is called the Sutra, to the King Sajel, Sutra of examples. Buddha has given many examples that one can't sort of abuse or sort of neglect somebody by his age, being young and so on, because he has given many examples. Like one can't, for example, neglect a small fire, one can't neglect a little snake, one can't neglect a little quantity of the poison, one can't neglect. Like this, many examples have given, and there is a teaching which Buddha has given to this king when he encountered the first encounter, which is called the Sutra of Examples.
And then
the king asked Buddha that he also seeks liberation, freedom from the samsara, and so he asked Buddha to show him a way to attain liberation. However, he told him that he could not sort of sacrifice his kingdom and all that. He couldn't leave his kingdom and his palace, his entourage of the queens and his princes and so on. He can't leave there, renounce them. So he asked the Buddha to show him a way to attain liberation without going through the trouble of the sacrifice or the renunciation, renouncing all what he had.
That Sanjay gave Koda Sumba Sune. Yavuchera, Yavu Tangje, the Nebe, Tangje, Naba Tangje, Jimbe, Parichimba, Lava, Surin, Parichimba, Pachin, Lolo, Tugu Mare, Java Mo, Java Mo, Sharabe, Javuki, Leka Mambo, today is a Savan Tugu Mare, Titugu Mare, Yavuchera, San Lutons, Zoba Chanshura, Nubata, Debata, Tonto Nevata, Numba Aserta. Zobe Chanshu Tondo Chi, Rajumba Tondo Maje, Sanjay de Chishu, Sanjay Gopon, Deva Yahuchi, Titogo, some Duma Yahuchi, Toyaga, Danya Yahuchi, Mono Yahuchi, Chishu Summer. So
Buddha told him that that he should generate, since he cannot engage in intensive practices of various paramitas and practices of Dharma, because they have many other involvements, other activities. So he told him to generate his aspiration towards the full enlightenment state. Instead of just liberation from the samsara, he should concentrate his mind aspiration towards the state of full enlightenment. So devote oneself to the state of full enlightenment and reach the state of full enlightenment, and generate the aspiration or the mind constantly to state of full enlightenment and fix one's mind always to the state of full enlightenment. So Buddha told the king that generate this wish or this aspiration all the time while he is walking or while he is sitting or lying or sleeping, eating or drinking or in whatever action he should always generate this wish or this aspiration or this concentration, the state of full enlightenment Buddhahood.
Sanje dan chachu semba dan papa nye tu dan ran sanje dan suju tanje dan dagi neba dan mahoba dan tata chunga gyo zawa tanje dushin jeldi zila jisu yirangwa chi shis ta sanje gebe gyo zawa zeba sanje chachu semba papa nye tu ran sanje suju gyo zawa shenda chebe gyo ka yoba de san don tiya gore san be gao gong rangi tu sun tu sabe penche sa jabe gyo dan and then
the practice rejoicing, generate a sincere rejoicing towards all the merits and the virtues of all sentient beings, of all beings, enlightened or unenlightened beings, towards all their virtues and all their merits that they accumulated in the past, in the present and future, and also in one's own virtuous qualities and also of the others, so generate always a sincere rejoicing. And he told to so generate always sincere joy and rejoicing in all the goodness and all the virtuous qualities of all beings, including oneself. And so this joy or this joy of the heart, then offer this joy, which is a very powerful, like seed of powerful, like a seed of seed or powerful merit, accumulation of merit. And so offer this joy or this accumulation of merit in form of offerings to all the Buddhas all the time.
Sanje tanje sanje jansin la phu ya be gewa de kangalo yirang je ne ta yirang ge gewa de sanje jansin la phu na phu be gewa chum yong de da phu be gewa de ya sije tanje de thomu de ji shi sije tanje la phen du du jul pha ngo shu song wa de.
So Buddha told him to rejoice in all the goodness and the virtuous qualities of all sentient beings, and then offer this joy or this accumulation of great merit, offer this in form of offerings to all the Buddhas, and dedicate the merit of it for the benefit of all sentient beings. So that was like instruction he has given, the method he has given for his practice.
다 신제라 탐제라 동배 기와 침무 사거든 신제 탐제라 동배 기와다 상제라 피어 기와 참말라 때니 아니 단지 침비 이시 토바 조와다 상지 슈 단지 연수 조바 조바 니마 지gen도 전에 라나메 바야다 바장치도 혼시스 어다 기회자 강걸로 안나랑게 마시쟁게도 상지 토바 줄래 뭐 만나지 뭐 만나지 혼쇼죠.
And so whatever one has achieved from it, the merit one has achieved from it, dedicate them always for the benefit of all sentient beings, for the liberation from the suffering of all sentient beings.
be tsoja chimu sayaji chanchu so be jabu chimu chawaya nyangumare jabu ya chedi chugure tsoja chimu so ne sanji yugo to nugure sumbare.
So Buddha told, if you practice in that way, then you don't need to abandon your position as a king, don't need to abandon your kingdom or your entourage, and at the same time you accumulate all the cause or the merit for the attainment of full enlightenment.
All the rest again, teen Jabuchara Saba Mongol Halchi, Saba Mongol Milichi, to Zua Javunda with the Shadalchi, Chugi Javudilchi, the Nochi Jabuchara Yondabazo Sanji Janshi, Givesavale, Tewa, Kawa Mengon, also, Lemon Halchi, Lemon Milici, Churogi, Sajabi Givesavate, Manu Dugumare Sumari.
And he told that as a result of that, he or take rebirth in fortunate states of rebirth within the samsara. While he remains in the samsara, he will take rebirth in forms of gods and human beings with powerful accumulation of merit, and the merit that he has accumulated from this practice will never degenerate.
All the chicken Jabuchima Simka Sanlu be Sinjan Taja Dever be Sanlu Tonyada, Sinjan Taja Drew Sanlu, Sinjan Taja Uyon Mibada, Sinjan Taja Yosun Mi be Girls our Trome about Sogre, Soba Chunia, Teta, Monto Cheba Dash, Merchi, Goose, Tapa Chigit in the Sanlu Tonaya, Sinjan Taja. The Sija Madua do Sinja Tajiba and the Sanji Salago, Sambe, Mono de gives our Sachi, Nimajila Saltona, she gives our tea, and Samambuchi, Memambuchi, Zovichan, Sanjay, Jutso, Jachimo Sober, Tina, and Samamo Saltona, Teresa, and Tachimas, all the song.
So he told him that even generating such a mind towards all sentient beings, towards the liberation, freedom from the suffering, and complete liberation from the suffering of all sentient beings, even generating such a thought for a moment, one time, is already a great source of merit, and it is great wholesome cause for fortunate status in the samsara and a definite goodness or liberation. Then there is no need to say if one constantly generates such a wish.
Karsa Nanda Tinchi Chudi Chimbu, Jachin Juluma to Zawal Siagi, Durichuba Puyati, Lamachuba Jevana Yori, Tia Chi Sebo Yori, Chibode. Tanan did not see Jima to Yomari.
So in the long version of the Guru Puja, this part, this offering of the practice is quite long, and it's very clear that every different types of the virtues are offered in different forms. It's very clear and very precise. And in this one, they are condensed in 8 lines. But the meaning is there. The essence of that practice or that offering is in it.
Sanji Yukubon Sanchebe, Pasan Shinga Zul, Gurney, Rangasa, Taiwata, Mongba, Saju Gyod, Tenele Pune, Sanji Jasila Puve, Mebacha, Dubechuba, Jachumuri.
So when you practice this, then you should visualize in your mind that you should think that you are offering all the virtues of yourself and other sentient beings in the form of the wish fulfillment trees, the beautiful lotus, and fruits, and so on. In that way, we are offering to the assembly.
yang gewe zawa de jebe changshu symbol phu changshu symbol jenden rube chajen le chu so zo be chajen le chu nyo to sanje thoya go jul chu sung to nyi bu chung sama de bu nye tu da ran sanje le phu ran ji da chung ba de nye tu da chung ba ne nge le ji de ma da ne bes teba chi be lan le ya sanje thoya go jul chu sung sama su ju sin je rang ga wa su le ne gewe zawa de de ba don ne men de ba ta ji be jong de ba ta ji ju ya ge be kāla kāngyū ku ndabā dhūyā jūla chūru sōng sāmbā chīgī yīna rāngi gīyā tsāwā chūchū tī yāpī māmbū māmbū chī chē shā tī tī shirā kī sūnā chīmbā sōyā kōyā pēn dhūyā.
And also when you offer one's merit and one's the virtue seeds, you offer it to the Buddhas and Bodhisattva, you offer it as a contribution to their activities for their actions, for their activities for the sentient beings. You add this to also in their actions, like a contribution to them of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And also you offer the same thing to the Arhats, like Pratyakas, Saravakas, and by offering this to them, it helps them also to attain the ultimate state of liberation by freeing themselves from the subtle obstacle and attaining the state of full enlightenment. And in the same way, we offer the same merit to the ordinary sentient beings, and by offering to them, it completely frees them from their sufferings and from their obstacles and bondage. They are completely sort of freed. And so, therefore, you can offer it to everyone. And this way, even though one's merit is little, the result can be very powerful. To us, to our ordinary perceptions. But even if we see those, it isn't a great achievement.
Pena nyaman dawe khasang thola duge nyama de la chichung ba se nga chung ma shi yore dawa la chichung ba se nga chu yore te chi nyama sha yore.
So like usually the ba se nga chung so for example the sun, the size of that is 51 paktse. Now again, we will not go into details of the paktse, measuring paktse. That will again.
So
for those beings who has the karmic the potentialities or the karmic the cause or the karmic right to use those realms, for them it is a very agreeable place to live. It's their own, like our world is a very agreeable place for us to be. Like that, for them it is an agreeable place or world to live and to use.
Nyaman dawa di ngazu miki tong choya di kariyasa na seba thoban cha yung du nyaman dawa yo ma re ngaran su mi kanga lobe lu lo ho yo re nakalan dhugu re tinte kanga nyaman dawa guwa ma re tingwa nisu dewa ma su ni chira sa ni a sugu shen rin zho ta keba cha su shen ni yang ke sha ma ru re ana nakong cha song re.
So we have, as a result of karma, we have the karma actually to benefit from, for example, from the light of the sun and the moon. That is a special karmic like fruit, and we are fully dependent. In the like in the beginning of the kalpas, the beings, they are radiant. They're naturally radiant. Their body is radiant. They are not dependent to the outer light, but this degenerated, and then we are dependent to the light of outer planets. And also, in the beginning of the kalpa, there is no like distinction of human beings, like distinctions of the sexes of the human beings, like man and women and all that. So, and then the beings, out of greed, by like degeneration of degeneration of their mind, and by developing the greed, then they become dependent on their survival, or the body become dependent on external substance, external food, like particular substance, particular taste.
So
then, but depending on the depending on how one digests or how one consumes this kind of external substances, then the difference or appearance in the radiance and so on came on their body. And then then there came a difference in the strength in their body, and those who are more powerful, the more sort of stronger, they abuse and they exploit or abuse those who are weaker. And as a result of this kind of negativities or actions or the delusions, then these particular substance with which they can this particular substance, like ambrosia-like substance, with which they sort of live, also decrease. They also decrease, disappear. And the beings continued with their greed and hatred and so on, and then all these precious like qualities and substance have decreased more and more. And then after this, the ambrosia-like substance have completely disappeared, then the beings have become dependent to the more gross type of food substance, like corn, or rice, or like corn, grains, which also was growing naturally without making great effort.
Then the Savage Zugud said the rabbi in the Kubanalpa, Shakasin, the Majoji, Matova, Chavin Pogul. Take Jumba go to Pomo Omoni, Pola Mongo Yawa.
And then the beings, by taking this kind of gross substance to sustain their body, then all the subtle qualities of their body, such as the radiance and so on, have completely disappeared, and the body also become more and more gross, and then this kind of food that they have digested cannot be fully consumed in the body, and so the remainings of this kind of gross substances had to be discharged out of the body, and then came the difference also in the sexes of the human beings. And then karmically, when these different sexes have developed, the two different kinds of sexes develop. And then begin the actual the mating or union, like sexual union or mating of the males and female begin, and which became very very funny. So by this becoming sort of funny, then the need of the privacy, sort of certain need of privacy, has developed gradually. So by restricting sort of their mind and developing different conceptions, then privacy has developed. This thought of privacy has developed, and then little houses or dwelling places have developed to make it their own territory. So the celestial type, like a celestial, semi-celestial type of the human beings are born as the celestial, the beings, as you call, the miraculously born. That means instantly taking birth without going through the process of the process of birth, the usual birth from the womb of the mother. So the first when they have this possibility of using the crop or the grains for their need, at first there is like a satisfaction or a contentment of the mind. So they just take what they need, and then they just leave it and just take what is needed. Then by increasing the greed of the sentient beings and also the laziness of the sentient beings, then instead of just using it when it's needed, then this concept of storing the things which is needed for tomorrow or the next days and so on, this is developed, and so some of the beings start to store things in their house, so they don't have to make the effort of going out and finding something to eat.
Lu Tendel Churu. Chino Lu Kolabe Yotemavache, Nakala Purumatovache, Nahusha Song, Jene Sijang Chitung Lele, Yamandawati, Urtiman, Sajiku Urtima, Zamuli Po. So then when the rays of the radiance of the body of their own bodies have totally sort of disappeared, then they became completely sort of dependent upon the light of the light of the sun and moon and so on.
Kongwabole dene, Dedengani, Dead Zodu is on Neg such a Gushajabre, Susukala such a Gushaji Mesanche.
So by the result of the greed of the sentient beings, then the growth of the grains, the corn, whatever, and also it also has decreased, so that it grows not easily, but with difficulty and with a longer process. And so then because the sentient beings, they start to disagree on their possessions or the material possessions, so on, then also the division of their own territory, their own land and so on became necessary. And beings who are with negative thoughts and with like a great laziness and so on, instead of making the effort by their own to collect what they need, they start to put hands unrightfully to the possessions of the others that others have collected. Then the great disharmony, disagreement has developed, and then the need of somebody who judges and who judges and punishes and so on, or this kind of thing became necessary. And then by this then came the need of like the chief, or like somebody like lord, or like a king, or somebody who has the authority to judge and to punish and so on became necessary. And the first, like the chief or the ruler, is Mampukurwa. So therefore the light of the sun and the moon, and these are something which is sort of necessary. We became the sentient beings, dependable on this light. So therefore that is like a karmic fruit which of the human beings, so which we can perceive and which we can benefit from it. So however, now the human intelligence or the cleverness or intelligence has developed very much, and we have learned various methods and means and various methods or techniques to make use of various different things, and to exploit or to make use of various different things, different forces, different energies, and so on. So which is supposed to be are a sign of civilization. So, and sure enough, as a result of that, then we have also reached many places which is unreachable, which is difficult to reach. So, and of course it is sort of a great trouble for those who has taken the responsibility to, and some so they sort of completely sort of sacrifice their life to go to such places. Some return, some don't return. And also those who start or organize such a plan is also great responsibility. They have to spend a lot of it's very costly. They have to spend a lot of things for it, and it also requires lots of effort and lots of work. And however, what is really the benefit of going to such a place and to reach to the other planets like the moon and so on, it is still very questionable. What is the real benefit? What is the real fruit or result of that? What is the benefit of that for the human beings or to the planet? So, for example, even though we have, for example, gone to the moon is still remains the same. So the light of the moon remains the same, and there's no real direct benefit of it to us on in the world. And anyway, even if we reach to such places, what we perceive is the actual base of the gross base of the planet or the world, but the subtle the contents of the place is, as Rinpoche has explained before, it's again beyond our perception. So the particular substance of the planet moon is of the crystal nature. And the of the sun is of the nature of fire. So therefore, the god of the moon or the deva of the moon is usually visualized in crystal radiant white body. And of the sun is visualized in the color of the fire, in glowing red body. So because the particular substance of the moon is of the crystal nature, so it also has effect to cause cause the rise of the ocean, and also it has effect in cooling ourselves. This cooling and this cooling effect of the light of the moon. And also because of the sun, with its nature of the heat of the fire, then we by going out in the sun, one experiences the warmth from it. So actually, these the things. What is about these things? What are taught in the in the sutras, and what is discovered by the scientists of the modern time. If one can if one studies them, both aspects properly, if one learns how to actually blend the two, they are not contradictory, and they actually are complementary to each other. However, those things Rinpoche said, he has again wasted much of the time by explaining something which isn't maybe very important, which isn't very necessary. But in a way, although these sounds like sometimes it may sound silly, but it has if one thinks carefully, there is a benefit and there is a need of knowing this. So one reason why he is explaining this now is because you all are practicing this long mandala. He heard you reciting this long mandala offering of this Nobu Rinpoche, Kolo Rinpoche, and so on. And so therefore you need to understand the meaning, the complete meaning of what you are offering. So you all practice. So you all know the chant or the recitation of the mandala very well. You chant very well. You make the mudras also very nicely, and it looks very nice. And you sit very upright, and the mudra sort of lifted up, raised, and it looks perfect. And so everything outside is good, all right. And so we also need to know the proper meaning behind it, inside for the inner offering. So we offer. So we offer our body, speech, and mind, all the preciousness and everything, and we that's what we say, what we recite. So we need to know the proper object, where we are offering, to whom we are offering, what we are offering, what the nature of those offering we need to know. Otherwise, then it can be quite confusing. So sometimes when we, for example, speak when we recite the names of those continents and so on, probably we are offering offering our world. But actually we can't offer we can't offer the world where we are living, but we don't own, because we don't own it. It has so many other owners. So neither we have the right to offer all the place and the ground and everything, nor the Lama has the right to take. And also if we offer our world, then we wouldn't have a place to live.
going to be true in the Pure Mato, me doubles on the Zabuli Pata, Kumbade Saragmari.
So when you are offering mandala, actually all these continents and so on, you're creating by your mind all these different aspects of the universe and the worlds and so on, and that we are offering with a proper understanding and attitude. That's we are offering. We are not offering actually the place where we are and the world where we are, let alone the world. Even we have not right to offer this house where we are in. So for a practitioner, it is quite beneficial or quite necessary to have a base of mandala.
Serge Sajico Tola, Puchu Timashimbo, Chubachu, Metoga Simatram, Rere Linji, Nimandawani, Du, or the Purge, Sadu.
So, when you, for example, for those who practice preliminary and practice like 100,000 mandala offering, then this we make the then in such case, then we offer the mandala, a short mandala. We make only 7 heaps: the Mount Meru, the ground, the Meru, the 4 continents, and the sun, moon, and so on. There are like 7 heaps that we are offering, and then we, with the short version of the mandala offering, Sashi Böji Chuji Metotam, this is the usual one, and with this we offer. Then we put it down. Then again we clean it. Then offer again. We make the 7 heaps and make the offering, then again put down. That's the way how you do like 100,000. Somebody who is doing 100,000 mandala offering is done in that way.
So Shambo Kunjogi Chenla Ranlan Juju Sambaja, Mende Sabandu Siapu, or the Ranga Jogoromado, Yapu Malo, Yapu Malo, Pegu Semuru Chijuamare.
So when we offer mandala, and when you sort of put down the mandala, you shouldn't think that now you are so demolishing all what you have constructed or destroying all of it. And so when you offer mandala, that is already offered and accepted. And when you put down the heaps, you turn it towards your side. So this symbolizes that you are receiving all the blessings and the powers of the triple gem within yourself. Therefore, you turn it towards yourself, and this way you put down. Then again, you offer, you visualize again, and you offer. But not. You shouldn't think that each time you are building it again and building it and then destroying it. Not like the play of children. So here in Guru Puja, actually, there's only one verse for mandala offering, which is to you, O refuge protectors, eminent and supreme field of merit, treasures of compassion, I present with pure faith Mount Meru and the 4 continents 1,000,000,000 times over, the 7 precious royal emblems, the precious minor symbols and more, perfectly delightful environment and those dwelling within, and a grand treasury of all the wishes and the wealth of gods and man. So this is the part of the mandala offering. So there it says then the continent, the Mount Meru and the 4 continents are 1,000,000,000 times over. So that So this means, actually, as Rinpoche explained before, that you offer the universe and that will multiply by 1,000 times. That is the first 1,000. Then that again multiplied 1,000 times, second 1,000, and third 1,000. So when you offer that third 1,000, third great 1,000 of the universe, actually there is a billion times of all the contents of the universe. There's a billion times of the Meru, the billion times of each continents, and so on. So that is the meaning of here the continents are billion times over.
So in
there is a billion times of everything we offer: the Mount Meru, the continents, and each of the precious objects.
This one.
This one. No. So that's the reason why Rinpoche has explained to us also the 7 semi-precious objects, because this comes here. The 7 precious royal emblems and the precious minor symbols. The precious minor symbols refers to those semi-precious objects.
Lada me beju punsun soba lame longju cheza mere de lame longju punsun soba ji shinkan zabu lin da lin lin de chasong ji jiwa ja tamba de be de gong la go ne phu lama shwen do ma tinal wa jiwa cha ja sia de de.
So this way then we are offering all the preciousness of the gods and men. So although the precious vase the precious vase is not mentioned in here, but it's included in this also, in this what is called the grand treasury of all the wishes. It's also one of them, and this way then we offer all together all the goodness and the preciousness of everybody.
So in which
way you offer it? We offer it with out of pure faith and devotion, out of a pure state of mind and pure sort of motivation. And so to whom you are offering it? We're offering it to the refuge, protect to the Guru, the triple gem, who is eminent and supreme field of merit. That means who is the supreme, the best, the most precious field of merit from which we can accumulate the most merit or the most powerful merit. To such an object we are offering those they're offering the mandala. So it's almost completed a brief description of the mandala offering. But to be precise, actually, one should know very precisely about all the sizes, the shape, and the color, the quality, every aspect of each of these objects, like the continents and so on. And we need to know in details, but there isn't time to explain all. So that is. So that is outer offering, the outer offering of the mandala. And there are still further the inner offering of the mandala, secret, and the suchness, the offering of the such, the offering of the reality. So actually this outer, inner, and secret mandala offering is not mentioned in the text. It's not in the usual Guru Puja. In the long Guru Puja, in the longer version of the Guru Puja, then there is the whole prayer is there. like one transforming one's body into the mandala, one's body into the universe, and that you are offering. Your skin, your bones, flesh, everything. All what our body contains, transforming it into the universe and offering. But that's not mentioned in this text, so there's no need to go through that. So now for our practice, the accumulation of merit and purification of the obstacles are the two essential things, and one way to accumulate merit, one very powerful way to accumulate merit is offering of the mandala. So those although you may practice some preliminaries like of offering 100,000 mandala, but if you sort of do it without really understanding and without any real proper motivation and the proper attitude of the mind, then even you can do that very easily. Just put the rice on the base and then put it down and put the rice on the base and say some prayers, and this way the 100,000 will complete very soon. But that isn't a real practice of mandala, and that isn't really very beneficial. But if you do it properly with understanding and with the proper motivation and with the right state of mind, even you do it 1 or 2 times, it's very beneficial. However, you can combine your motivation with a large number of mandala offering, that is the best. So His Holiness would like to stop for this morning here, and it seems it's going to be difficult to finish. However, we go as precisely as we can. Saji Beji Joji Medo Dam Ninde Gemba de Sanje Shindo Mede Dukanam Dajin Najeva Idam Guru Nam Mandala Kam